that one, Brahms is who? And Sundance Star outbroke the field, but now lopes along 15 out of it, chasing Ain't No Sweetie. And the bookender, Peppermint Sister, is trying to keep up with Ain't No Sweetie. Ain't No Sweetie leads it by 1. Izzy is all over that 8, about 4 lengths clear from Diva Tequila. After that, it's Lyrical. Then we come back to Royal Bonus, Brahms is who, and Sundance Star. Ain't No Sweetie shows the way. Ain't No Sweetie has the lead on the outside. Here comes Diva Tequila, shifting ground a bit, but also closing well. Likewise for Royal Bonus on the wide side. Then it's Brahms is who. Here comes Royal Bonus with a rush. Ain't No Sweetie, but Royal Bonus cuts the lead from a half to a neck to a nose. And there she goes, right to the winner's circle. Royal Bonus gets the money. And they're racing in the Kitos Classic. And Spiteful Sam has taken the lead. Spiteful Sam at 3-1 scoots away with a 2.5 length lead. Right behind that one is Smooth Scat, now beginning to rev up on the outside, riding the train, rolls up into second, and Spiteful Sam is zooming along. Run, Leah, run. That one is a joint 4th and about 5 lengths from the lead as they corner. After that, Our Valley to the inside of Grunder. Then it's a big gap back to Dog, and Ghost Strategy can see them all 13 lengths rearmost. Less than a half mile to travel, and Sam is trying to take them wire to wire. It's Spiteful Sam still clear by 1.5. Riding the train is riding in second to the inside of Smooth Scat, who ships all in. Run, Leah, runs beginning to close into the outside. So is Our Valley. That one's 5th to the inside, about 3.5 clear from Grunder. Dog has a lot of work to do. 8 out of it, and still way back in last is Ghost Strategy, and still in first is Spiteful Sam. Spiteful Sam shifting ground with a 2.5 length lead, riding the train next with Our Valley to the inside. Then on the outside, Dog's closing fast. Here comes Our Valley. Our Valley claims the lead. Dog to the outside. Our Valley prevails, beating Dog. And they're racing, and they've broken a line. Drew Breeze on the big class drop. Breeze is off to the early lead. Fellow Gray tapped that dial, taps on the pedal going to the metal early and shows speed with Sam Says. The Minnesotan puts the head in front. Holding tight, also prominent. Then it's Quarantena Bambino, 5th and 4 out of it. Very, very wide. Eyes Flying By, 7 out of it, being ridden a bit to the inside of Water to Wine. Then it's Direct Action advancing wide, and Risky Situation is 8 lengths last. AC Doocy slug it out coming to the top of the lane, and it's Sam Says to the outside of Tap That Dial. Holding Tight is on the move to the inside of Drew Breeze. After that it's 5 back to Eyes Flying By. Quarantena Bambino extremely wide and 2.5 out of it, and from the back of the pack, Direct Action's finishing very fast. Sam Says, Tap That Dial, Holding Tight between them. After that we have Drew Breeze, then Quarantena Bambino, and up goes Sam Says at 3-1. Sam Says spurts clear late and prevails by 3. 2-7-1 in race 7. racing. Hot Shot Kid came out in hot shot fashion, but now board certified is in search of the lead at 4-1. And I'm Noble has grabbed the lead at 7-1, and the rider's looking for a triple. It's I'm Noble from Citrus Bay, board certified, 2 out of it, 1.5 clear from Kid's Inheritance. And Hot Shot Kid lopes along 9 lengths from the front as they race in single file. Do the 5 up the barn side they go. Race 8 on the turf, CBY, and it's I'm Noble now joined by Citrus Bay, board certified, is in the catbird seat if good enough, about 3 lengths from it, 1.5 maybe 2 clear from Kid's Inheritance. And Hot Shot Kid is steadily advancing about 7 lengths from the front, and the front still belongs to I'm Noble. I'm Noble, board certified, Kid's Inheritance, and Citrus Bay's heading the wrong way. Hot Shot Kid is making his move out of last, and he's 4 lengths from the front, round about the quarter pole. I'm Noble trying to steal it. I'm Noble, Kid's Inheritance, board certified behind those two. Hot Shot Kid has the white face on the wide side, and now they're into the final 250. I'm Noble Gritty, board certified next to the rail. Between them, Kid's Inheritance. Hot Shot Kid trying to become the richest Minnesotan of them all, and it is accomplished. Hot Shot Kid prevails and becomes the richest Minnesotan.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the playing of our national anthem. A good afternoon and welcome to beautiful Canterbury Park here in Shakopee, Minnesota, where the main track is fast and the turf course is firm It is Festival of Champions Day, and here come the changes on today's 10-race program. We'll start in race number 1. Race 1, scratch the 4, Real Awesome. Race 1, take out the 4, Real Awesome. Race 1 starts the post-time pick 4 with that 10% takeout. Races 2 and 3 are free and clear. No changes in the second and third. On to race number 4. In the fourth race, scratch the 5, Pearl Button. Race 4, scratch 5. With that scratch, no superfecta in race 4. Jockey change in race number 5. On number 7, make the jockey Constantino Roman. Roman to ride the 7 in race 5. Race 6 starts the 10% takeout, late pick 5 today. Pick 5 starts in race 6 with no changes. No changes in the pick 5 starter, which is race 6. In race 7, moving to the 7th, take out the 1, Strabella. Race 7, take out 1. To race number 8. In race 8, scratch the 8, West Dakota. Race 8, take out the 8. Note that the 7 horse in race 8 is owned by Barry and Joni Butso. Moving on to race number 9, take out the 1, Clickbait. Race 9, scratch the 1. With that scratch, no superfecta. No superfecta tonight in race number 9. The lucky last is race number 10, where we scratch the 10, Momo Town. Race 10, we scratch 10. A jockey change on number 3. Make the jockey Lindy Wade. And do note that the 4 horse is owned by Barry and Joni Butso. Main track is fast. The turf course is firm. It is the Festival of Champions with 6 stakes races on display tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, the Outriders and lead ponies are here to keep the order. They act as security blankets, get the horses to the starting gate in a timely manner, and also help catch loose horses. They don't just help during races, but often work the track during training sessions. Our Outriders and pony riders are some of the most important people on the track during races and training. While we see them every day, they are often not recognized for their efforts until now. The Minnesota Thoroughbred Association and the Minnesota Quarter Horse Racing Association sincerely appreciate the efforts and dedication of all of our pony riders and our Outriders. Our pony riders are Tristan Hurley, Jesus Blanco, Mackenzie Kane, McKenna Kenny, Tim Anderson, Lexan Backhouse, Alexa Bernal, Alex Cisneros, Carlos Alicia, Brianna McDaniel, and Amy Pooley. And our Outriders are Gross Hecker, Alicia Foster, and Bo Butler. Thank you sincerely to each of you for your dedication to our horses and to our riders. The role you play is appreciated every time. You make the track a better and safer place for all of us. Thank you to the Pony Riders and the Outriders here at Canterbury Park. And now it's time to get ready for the racing with all the important information for tonight And next week, closing week at the track, here they come. Jeff Madej and Angela Herman.
Well, thank you, Kevin Gorg. Angela, welcome to Minnesota Festival of Champions. This is the 30th edition of what is an extremely, extremely important day to Minnesota racing. And, a shout out to those pony riders, too, and the Outriders, because they do a great job, as do the horses. The pony horses are some of the hardest working animals on a racetrack. They're out there all the time doing their thing. Leg Up Day sponsorship. You have an opportunity if you want to sponsor a jockey. You can do so. Just go down to the Horseman's Bookkeeper located in the basement level. And you can see Tiffany down there and sign up to sponsor a jockey. Pretty simple. Could be any amount. Maybe you say, for example, you want to sponsor like one of your favorite jockeys, Alonso Quinones. You just go down there and say, I'll sponsor him for whatever dollar amount it is. Every time he wins, that money adds up. You just pay it to the bookkeeper. It goes to the Leg Up Fund. Helps jockeys who are injured while they're riding at Canterbury Park as they recuperate and return to the saddle. Cool opportunity. We'll have more about that throughout the night, but just stop down to the bookkeeper's office if you want to take part. But let's take a look at the jockey and trainer standings.
Let's look at them, yes, because there will be some shaking up tonight, I would imagine. And as you mentioned, yes, I think that Alonso Quinones has a chance to move up in what has become a much tighter jockey's race over the last month. You can see that Harry Hernandez and Eduardo Gallardo are just 2 apart, but they're only 1 in front of Lindy Wade, who picked up a mount in the last, has some live mounts today, as does Alonso Quinones. I think that gap will shrink. He has some very live mounts today. We're going to talk a little bit more about one of the younger mounts that he has today, a 2-year-old coming up a little later in the card, but I think that this will get even closer than it is now. Whereas the trainer standings, well, both of these two have a lot of bullets today. Not sure there'll be enough to close that gap, but still, well-represented stables sitting atop the trainer standings.
Absolutely. Mac Robertson, the undisputed king of Minnesota Festival of Champions. He's got 39 wins, nearly 20 more than Brunel Roan. We know that Harry Hernandez is our top rider, and we know that he for sure is going to get 1 win tonight, at least according to you.
For sure going to get at least 1 win tonight, according to me. Well, we'll talk more about that again, but we also have the Budweiser Clydesdales that'll be here tonight. They'll be just before the midway point of our card, and quite the spectacle they are any racetrack that they hit.
Yeah, I love it. And the theme song, no better theme song than the Budweiser theme song in all of advertising. So it's going to be cool. A couple of special guests will be aboard that hitch, too. I'm not going to give it away now, but I'll just tell you this. They're Canterbury Hall of Famers. That will be a very, very special treat, and that happens race 4. In race number 5, we have the Alex Conchari Memorial. His family and friends will be gathered in the winner's circle to remember Alex, who passed away earlier this year. The Shakopee Kid. Nothing more needs to be said than that, Ange.
Yeah, it's hard to put it into words, but Alex meant a lot to a lot of people, and this was the day that all we inbreds, including Alex, really celebrated what was going on here. So we do remember his life halfway through in race 5, and we will have a nice ceremony to honor him and his family that are here today.
Wagering options include a pick 4 and a pick 5 with a 10% takeout. That's the lowest in the nation.
Yeah, it is. It is. And remember that those are 10% takeout, 50-cent minimum wagers. And the horse that you mentioned, Midnight Current, is going to kick off one of those sequences, that being the late pick 5. Yes, I'm very, very biased in that opinion, but Midnight Current is the reigning horse of the meet, and she will be in that first leg of the pick 5. The 10% wagers go from beginning to end. And remember, associated with those tonight, there is also a little bit of extra money on the line.
That's right. If you use the app, the Express Bet or the First Bet app, and you certainly should to make your wagers while you're here at Canterbury Park, they've got a special offer. It's called the Hit and Split. $5,000 pool in the pick 4, $5,000 pool in the pick 5. You make a wager using that app. If you win, you and all the other winners of that wager split the $5,000 pool, and it's available for the pick 4 and for the pick 5. So it's a nice way to get a little extra bonus money. And if you happen to catch something big tonight, and there could be some prizes, there's going to be fewer people splitting that $5,000. So it can be extremely lucrative. And if you're using the app, you might as well. All you have to do is log into your app and make sure you take the drop-down menu and register to get involved in that bonus. And you just bet away like you would be anyway.
Right, just a couple of taps. I had the First Bet one on there. Just click the ... click register. When you get onto the Canterbury Hit and Split, that's it. You make the wager, you win, and then a little extra will show up in your account when everything is said and done. So simple way to make a little bit more, even out of those 10% takeout wagers being as nice as they are.
Here's the lineup for the Futurity. We've got a special pre-race show edition of Angela's Angle here. And I know you talk about trying to hit that pick 5. This is race 8, part of the pick 5, a long shot play.
Yes, I do. And we did mention Alonso Quinones and Tim Padilla, and they have the rail runner General Battle Axe. Now, I'm going to talk a little bit more about General Battle Axe as far as what he puts on paper, because this horse, if you're a numbers guy, isn't the horse for you. But these numbers were achieved going 4.5 furlongs, and they were coming from off the pace. You can see that General Battle Axe isn't always the fleetest horse out of the gate. The rail probably won't help that, but he has shown ability to pass horses. He's also in here with a stablemate, Out of the Dark, and Alonso Quinones rode both of these two to their maiden victories. He's on General Battle Axe. Out of the Dark, it's Constantina Roman, but we'll take a short look at this horse coming down the stretch of his maiden win, and tell me a little bit more about General Battle Axe when you got a chance to visit him a couple of days ago.
I did go back and see him yesterday with Tim Padilla and owner Pete Matson, and just asked a little bit about the horse. Like, for example, it's the only one in the field that ran against Open Company and won.
Exactly.
Tim said he took his best horse and put him in against Open Company. I like a confident trainer.
Yeah, and there he came on the outside. He got the win, and that was a big factor in it, too. He ran against some very fast horses that were bred outside of the state of Minnesota, so we'll see what he can bring back to the state-bred table, but I think it should be a decent price in finding out. That's the angle for tonight. General Battle Axe, the one in race number 8.
There's our whole lineup for the Minnesota Festival of Champions, and what a lineup it is. A lot of money on the line here. You've got the young up-and-coming horses, proven veterans like Midnight Current. I think there's some sneaky long shot plays as well.
Yeah.
Just because there's so many good trainers here involved. Now, we know that Bob Lothenbach's got a lot of horses with Joel Burnett. They won 4 races on Festival Day last year. Mac didn't win any. I think he might turn the tables today. I think he's got horses like Scent of Success, things like that are going to be sneaky good prices that are legitimate contenders in deep races. Midnight Current probably wins, right?
Oh,
probably
you
is
sound
the shortest
excited.
price. But I think the other races are going to yield some prices, or at least yield some value.
Well, yeah. And I think that he has a chance, one of his fillies has the chance to establish herself as the leading 2-year-old that we'll look for coming around the corner next season for some of the 3-year-old races that Cupid's Crush has won. So we'll see if Extreme Diva can maybe follow in those hoof prints. Cupid's Crush is going to be the favorite, most likely in the Distaff Sprint. There's just a lot of bases covered with the Minnesotans, but that's what festival's all about. Get the best together and celebrate Canterbury racing and the Minnesota bred connections and horses that come along with it. It's a really fun night. We got a lot in store for it. So we hope you have fun right along with us.
That's right. You'll get a lot of tips from our experts, the STEAM team, Paul, Ange, and Kevin Gorg. Don't forget, we race Wednesday and we race Saturday, the final 2 days of the meet coming up 4 o'clock post times. You're going to want to be here. Let's get down to the selection show. In the hot tub, we call it Today at the Races. It's sponsored by KFAN Radio, and it's coming up next.
And this Saturday in the park is a very big one for us here at Canterbury Park. It is Festival of Champions Day, and with Kevin Gorg, I'm Paul Allen. Welcome to those of you here in Shakopee, those of you taking in the signal nationwide. We have 10 for you today. Main Track Fast, Turf Course Firm. We have Festival of Champions Day. We have a bevy of stakes races, 2 pick fives, and we also have the Budweiser Clydesdales here today. So a bevy and a plethora of fun, KG, and good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Yeah, I always, as a race fan and now as an employee of Canterbury for 23 years, I love what Festival Day means to our racetrack and to our connections. So many people today that bring horses to the paddock and into the starting gate are the reason we have racing in Minnesota. No doubt about it. It's a big day for all of us at Canterbury. We're excited. I think you're going to have a great time watching these races, the interviews, the stories kind of behind the scenes. And yes, the wagering activity is going to be spectacular.
Generally on Festival of Champions Day, a fair amount of favorites win, and that could happen today. But there are some that I like that are non-favorites. I know Kevin feels the same way as we begin to get a little bit of a drizzle here. Again, Main Track Fast, Turf Course Firm. Let's get into the first race, beginning the 10% takeout, 50-cent post-time pick 4. Pick the winners of races 1 through 4, and you hit that post-time pick 4. Scratch number 4, Real Awesome. We're both taking number 6, Charlie Paints. Now, trainer Joel Burnt is somebody I've gotten to know quite well over the last few years, so I'm over at his barn a fair amount. And when Charlie Paints, for those of you sitting here, KG also, when they come into the paddock for race number 1, you are going to see probably one of the, I don't want to say smallest because I just haven't really looked for small horses all my life, but Charlie Paints is just an adorable little chestnut filly. And she ain't big. I mean, with a gorgeous face, but I think she's fast. 6'5"
Yeah, the workouts tell us that she might bring a little speed to the table for her first start. They paid $29,000 for this filly. She's in for a tag of 40. She's working well both in Chicago and here at Canterbury. I think the 7 horse is interesting. Island Bender. I know Jay Litz in the Star Tribune has been red hot here in the last couple of weeks, likes this horse a lot. Race experience matters, and career start number 2 is normally where you can see some improvement. So I think the 6 and 7 are going to battle it out. And I think if you're looking for a wild card maybe into that equation, the inside 2 horses, both 1 and 2, look like contenders to me as well. I go 6, 7, 2, and 1. All
right, so for the post-time pick 4, you can use as few or as many horses in each of these races as you like. The bet starts at 50 cents. In the first race, how many would you use here to get that post-time pick 4 going?
I'm using 2, 6, and 7. I just I don't have a ton of confidence. I've got a single in leg 3.
Yeah.
I'm using all in race 2, thinking that there could be an upset in race 2, and that's the way I'm going to play it.
Race number 2 is the 29th running of the Blairs Cove. It's a $75,000 stakes race, and Mr. KG is on number 1. That's not funny. I'm going to try number 3, Angel's Magic, and neither one of us are going to take number 4, Stagecoach Boys on top. And let's not forget that we are a couple of months removed from Stagecoach Boys losing by that much on the Turf Festival day and at 9-1. Stagecoach Boys, a very, very talented horse. Just trying to get him over the hump has seemed to be problematic. That's why I didn't take him first. I go with Angel's Magic for Mr. Matson, trying to win 3 in a row. Why do you like That's Not Funny?
He's a closer. He has Jermaine Bridgemahan, and I think the pace is going to be really fun to watch. Both the 2 and the 3 are super talented horses, but they both want the front. Now, if the 2 or the 3 can get loose, look out, because these horses have proven when they're on the lead, they're brave and they're tough to run down. I just don't know how to separate those 2.
Yep.
So I wanted a horse that could save ground and come pounce. But listen, Stagecoach Boys is going to have a huge chance to win this race. Without odds, without betting odds, if you're just asking for the most likely winner, it is the 4. But I'm looking for a little bit more of a price. I'm going to try the 1. I'm going to go 1, 6, and 4, but I can see either the 2 or the 3 separating themselves and getting loose and being a problem as well.
Well, Stagecoach Boys has 9 starts, 7 in the top 2, 4 seconds, and the horse is making like $12,000 a start. I mean, this is a terrific horse. I think he'll go favored, and I think he's going to go rather heavily favored unless, the barn or some constituents really like that one. With Angels Magic, I understand what you're saying, and this is a situation for me where I'm really, really hoping that if there is a breakneck pace battle, maybe Chad just lets Harry go ahead by a little bit, then tries to come and get him. Not sure the horse can do that, but also Jose Patio might not be able to keep up with Angels Magic early.
Right.
You're right. That's very competitive between the 2 and the 3. It's a 3-1-4 for me. If the 4 wins, I would not be surprised, either would Kevin. The Croc Rock Minnesota Sprint Championship. This is the 30th running, named for the greatest sprinter in the history of this racetrack, Croc Rock, a Minnesotan owned by the late Dale Shenian. And we have 6 battling here. What's she going to do?
Well, I was torn because the inside 3 are all so talented. They've met before. They've had a rivalry. I went to the easy way out. I just think Dr. Oscar's too fast. And at 6 furlongs, if he can get the lead and open up, he is so fast and so talented. The interesting part of this race is his barn mate, the Alligator Hunter, is probably the one horse that can screw things up for him. He's quick enough to go with him, and that might set it up for Xavier Dave, who should be saving ground and ready to pounce. So I go 3, 1, and 2. I think Dr. Oscar deserves to be the favorite. I think he's a pick 4 single, but it looks like a race where he's going to have to weather some serious storms.
Oh, look at this. I mean, the Alligator Hunter has made nearly $350,000. Dr. Oscar is nearly at $300,000. Everybody in here's made more than 100 grand. Xavier Dave sneaking up on 200 grand. The reason that I like this call is I like the cutback in this spot, where I do believe there will be a bit of a pace battle. Now, Dr. Oscar and the Alligator Hunter, they're both talented enough to beat each other up and continue going. But if you look at Xavier Dave and you go back to the last time this razor-sharp horse ran 6 furlongs, he lost by 3/4 of a length, but he lost to a horse named One in Vermilion who just won a race at Saratoga for what, $500,000?
Yep.
Yeah, just a very talented horse, One in Vermilion. And on the cutback, this may not be Xavier Dave's distance, so some things are going to have to go his way. But I'm going to give Xavier Dave a try here and pick it 1-3-2 in a very, very competitive race. I mean, just think a month and a half ago, the things we were saying about Sir Sterling. Sir Sterling off winning the Victor S. Myers, the MTA Stallion Auction, and after racing at Oaklawn, just crushed here in an allowance race. He falls off last time. I don't exactly know why.
Doesn't want to go that far.
But you're right. So he's 4 of 6 at Canterbury, and he goes on a cutback too. You're going to get about 8-1 on this horse with Salt.
Yeah, and if the 2 and the 3 hook up, he's going to be the horse probably sitting outside in third, ready to pounce. So it's a fascinating race. Jeff Madey hit the nail on the head. You're going to see some favorites win it. You're going to also see some big long shots. And if you can find them in the pick 4s and pick 5s, you can score for some serious cash tonight.
Race number 4, the Northern Lights Debutante. And this is for 2-year-old fillies. We have no superfecta wagering due to the scratch of number 5. Clydesdale's, by the way, on the main track after race number 4. Clydesdale's on the track after race 4. That's always quite the spectacle. This is the 37th running. I pick it 4-2-1. I pick it 4-2-1. Kevin is with number 1, Extreme Diva.
Yeah, she was just so impressive for Mac in her lone start. You never know what you're going to get on a sloppy track. Nick Goodwin took the mount, and she went off and won by 12 and change. And she did it at a pretty fast time considering how that track was playing. Now, she's been rested since. She's had a month off to get ready. We see a couple of nice workouts for this horse. I don't love the inside. There's no room for error in the inside, but we get Eduardo Gallardo, and he's as good a gate jockey as I've seen out here in a very long time. So I go 1, 2, and 4. 2 is the Delaware Shipper. If they hook up, your 4 horse that I know you're going to talk about here in a second might get the setup of all setups because they could be dueling on the front end.
Well, with your horse, Extreme Diva, and maybe a Primera Vista, and I also believe on a fast main track, Go Leanne Go is going to show more speed today. Pearl Button being out of the race does not hurt. I mean, that horse was the sneaky of all sneaky because this horse went the half in 46-1 last time. And if they had all done what they did last time, which frequently happens, this horse is up by 3 into the far turn and at the top of the stretch, and wearing the Sprick Bramer colors, which went all the time, and also at about 7-1. So that horse being out, I think, helped your horse. What do you think of the Delaware Steam, a Primera Vista? Carol Cedeno, welcome to Canterbury Park. Carrie Raven, welcome back to Canterbury Park. This one debuted on the turf and won nicely nicely at 11-1. What do you do with this one?
Well, I'm just going to tell you right now, they run maiden races at Delaware Park that are as good as it gets on the East Coast. These horses ship to Churchill, they ship to Saratoga. In the fall, they ship to Keeneland, and they win. So this is a legitimate racehorse. She buried Open Company on the turf. She's bred to be both a turf and a dirt runner. So I am not going to sleep on this, too. She is a real, legitimate, nice Minnesota-bred racehorse, and I love that Kerry Raven, the trainer and owner, ships almost, halfway across the country to run in this $100,000 stakes race.
I'm trying number 4, Go Leanne Go, because she's talented. Now, if you look at the Beyer speed figures, you're probably going to pitch her. Final time 107-2 was not great. Now, it was a sloppy track. My intel is that when she popped out of the gate, she didn't exactly know what she was running on, but once she figured it out, there wasn't anybody beating her. She's extremely gifted. She might have some green to her, but she's extremely gifted. And when she looked horses in the eyes as she was passing, I mean, she could have won by 7 or 8. So I know she's talented. I know the trainer is Hall of Fame caliber. Adamar Santos has been winning a ton of races of late. That's the rider. So I'm going to try Go Leanne Go here at a little bit of an upset. 4-2-1 in race number 4, and I am making a win bet on number 4. The 5th race takes us to the turf. This begins the pick 4 on races 5, 6, 7, and 8. May God rest the soul of Alex Conchari, Shakopee native, former rider here. Number 7, Angel of Attack, is ridden by Constantino Roman. We bookended here, my man. You have Gabriel's Legend on the inside. I have Color Me Legendary on the outside.
I'll be betting this race. I hope the price doesn't get too clipped. I know Mouse just went to the cash machine, and he also loves Gabriel's Legend in the 5th, but I love this one. I think the setup is going to be spectacular. We got Kelsey on a closer, on the rail. Larry Donlan's got a couple of horses, and I think this one's live. I think this is a very, very live horse. I go 1, 8, and 3. I absolutely think the 8 can win, no question about it. But I think this one's going to be sitting on a big stretch run, coming charging down at about 4 or 5-1. So I'm going to go 183.
And I'm going to go 83-4, 8-3-4 in the Alex Conchari Armenian Princess Classic. And I don't love my pick at all. I'm not betting to win on number 8. Now, number 3, Midnight Royal. This one's ridden by Bridgie, as we call him around here, Jermaine Bridgman. Let's see, Jermaine on the Canterbury Park turf course. Oh, he only wins 31% of the time. And by the way, if Lindy Wade does go favored in this race on number 8, we had the stat when we last met a week ago, I think. Lindy Wade on favorites at Canterbury wins about 64% of the time. So
it's incredible.
Keep that in mind, because now we have season-long stats. These are not small sample sizes.
Right.
So I'm using several in here in the pick 5 and or the pick 4, including Kevin's 1, Gabriel's Legend. I pick at 8-3-4, and I just really, really struggled with this race. Kind of fell into salt. Lindy Wade, 8-3-4 with not much conviction. Race number 6. This begins the 10% takeout pick 5, the final 5 races of the card. And it's the 30th running of the Princess Elaine. This is always a very, very cool race. We have no scratches, no rider changes. Midnight Current, Let's Skedaddle, both trained by Joel Burnt. Midnight Current was our horse of the year last year. Midnight Current and her stablemate, Let's Skedaddle, they have had some awesome battles this season. I mean, separated by heads at the wire. Then you got Thunder's Rock and Roll, who is super sharp. Lock It Down used to be a teammate with Midnight Current and Let's Skedaddle. And Scent of Success with Eddie G. And you got Matson at 10-1 with Molly's Angel. I mean, that just feels like you have to use that one. End of the equation. I'm only using 3 and 4 in my pick 5. I pick at 3, 4, 6. What about you?
Yeah, I was torn. Like, you look at the numbers, you look at the likely pace, the 2 is quick, the 5, the 6, they all want to go. Something's got to give. And so anyway, Midnight Current's going to be 3-5, where Let's Skedaddle is going to be 3-1. So my hands are tied here. I've got to go with the value. I respect the heck out of Midnight Current. She's just a wonderful, wonderful racehorse. But in a game of handicapping where odds do matter, I'm going to take the value. I'm going to take a swing with Let's Skedaddle. I'm going to go 4, 3, and 2, and I'm only going to use the 3 and 4 on my ticket as well.
Race number 7, second leg of the pick 5, and this also begins the final pick 4 that we have. So we have 3 pick 4s today. Scratch number 1, Strawbella. We have Bridgie on the turf here with Diggs 1. I just could not get myself to pick that horse with all due respect. Good contest horse, Diggs 1, potentially, if you're looking for somebody in the top 3. So I definitely would use number 2 in my exactas, trifectas, and superfectas at a big number. But I picked it 682. I got 682 here. I think Tony Rengstorff has it surrounded. Harlow's Harmony, Butzo Colors, Beeler, Alonzo Quinones will go favored. If that one wins, and the intel is the horse has good early speed, if that 4-year-old filly wins, I ain't going to be surprised. Why do you like her?
Well, I like her even more now that I look around and I don't see any other public handicappers on the horse. So maybe she's 3-4 to 1. Yeah. I mean,
she
not one
debut.
person.
I apologize. She does not debut. Go ahead.
But she looks to me like the speed of the speed. Now, I don't know what they're going to do. Harry's got this sprinter stretching out. I don't know if gunning to the lead is a good call there, trying to ration some of that talent. But I think Harlow's Harmony's talented. She chased Anna Lee around that track last time and looked good doing it. So I got the cue. I got Mikey Beeler, who I love. I think I'm going to get at least 5 to 2. I think I might get 3 or 4 to 1. So I go 4, 8, 9, and I really like Harlow's Harmony a lot.
KG, do you give Miss Carmen Sebo any chance? Now, I'm not going to use her in my pick 5, but I just kept thinking about her after I handicapped the race because of that early speed at 46.5. She's improving in only 2 turf starts, and you're going to get her at a fat number.
Right, you're going to get Constantino Roman at 6, 8, 10 to 1. Yeah. She has a chance. Like, again, in a race like this where there's not a lot of proven skill, these are non-winners of 2 lifetime. If you can have the lead turning for home, which the 7 might have off that route experience with speed, you have a chance. And what do you do with the 5? Roundabout's a horse that I bet last time out. Didn't go well for me. She was 11 to 1, but she's a closer. The Wolfman can run. Like, that horse can run, and there is speed in her. I think the 7th race has some real upset potential.
And what about the 9th? Does that one have upset potential? Angela Herman, one of our handicappers, part of the Steam team, she loves number 1 General Battle Axe.
Yeah.
And, I'm sure she'll talk about it somewhere during the card. Kevin is on Superstar Swank. I'm on Frosty View. Now, Kevin picked and bet on Johnny Bigani last time. I picked and bet on Frosty View. Man, I took a nasty loss on Frosty View last time. I think the tactics are going to be a little different today. And I feel this 2-year-old's a very talented horse. So I'm going to go right back to the well on this one, about 3.5 to 1, 9-2-1.
I love this race. I love race 8. I'm going to go 5 deep on my pick 5. I think Angela's 1 is super sneaky. When you race against open company and you finish races the way that horse has been finishing, this horse is a problem. I don't love the inside post. I wish this horse was posted further to the outside. Johnny Bigani's got talent, but in the end, Superstar Swank looks like something special to me. And I think this horse, give me 4 to 1 right now. I'll unload my voucher on this. Please, give me 4 to 1. I go 5, 2, 1, and 9.
The 9th race, the 29th Bella Notte Minnesota Distaff Sprint Championship. Bella Notte, Gretchen Eaton. Welcome back to Canterbury. That's HOF right there. Scratch number 1, Clickbait, so no superfecta wagering. I loved Clickbait in this spot, even against her stablemate Cupid's Crush. She's out. The Cupid's Crush is going to be super heavily favored. Kevin and I both take the filly. Charlie's Penny is the wild card here because she's really fallen off her game the last 2. I don't exactly know why. If Charlie's Penny is on her game, she can beat Cupid's Crush. But, I mean, how do you handle this?
Well, Cupid's Crush was not good in the lane last time. You go back and watch that replay, it's not going to give you a ton of confidence.
Jumping around?
She was all over the place. Right. Now, I talked to the owners, and they're good friends of mine, and they're straight-up shooters and said there were some shadow issues, there were some things. The blinkers go on, and we get some good workouts, and we get one of the greatest trainers, if not the greatest trainer in the history of this racetrack in Mac Robertson, to figure it out for 75 large. So I'm trusting Mac. The problem in this race is going to be the 2. Do not sleep on St. Serena. If you're putting together little exacta boxes and looking for a goofball to hit that exacta, she has guts, she has speed, and I think she's going to be on the lead. How Cupid's Crush and jockey Eduardo Gallardo handle that pace with that 2 who has way more talent than it shows on paper is going to be the key to the entire race. If Charlie's Penny is back to who she was, she'll roll late. I just think right now, no workout since that last start. I'm willing to take a chance against her. So I go 5, 4, and 6, but I'm going to tell you, I'm going to mix that 2 into all my tickets.
Now, in the 10th race, the final race, this is key for the pick 3, 4, and 5, obviously. Scratch number 10, Momo Town. Number 3, Ben's Lake Thunder, picked up by Lindy Wade. I pick it 9, 5, 6. I'm taking a stab in this race with Josh's Drama.
Wow.
Puts the blinkers on.
Wow.
And has a work with the blinkers that was faster than some of the half-mile works that we've seen of late. Now, not lickety split fast, but I just don't love anything in this race.
30-1 PA.
I get Matson at 30-1 with a horse that debuted at 6-1 and didn't. This horse has run terribly. So we're going to put the blinkers on. We have the Matson steam, and the work with the blinkers was faster than the other half-mile works before that. So I'm going to take a stab 9, 5, 6.
I love your stab. It's a goofy race. I fell in love with the 5 on paper, and then I realized Santos got off my 5 and rides the 1. So I go 5, 1, and 6, and 6 is Corral the Thrill, so I got all kinds of options here. I just want to be alive to that last leg and have at least a couple of options to hit the pick 5.
Hey, thank you very much for coming out Festival of Champions Day. It's our signature day each and every season. A lot of great interviews from the winner's circle will be taking place. We are going to have memorials and life celebrations for Dale Shenian and jockey Alex Conchari, the Clydesdales after race 4, and just a lot of festivities. The TV department has really done a good job organizing our paces today, so hopefully you enjoy everything. Wednesday is our penultimate day for the season. A week from today is closing day at Canterbury Park, so stop by if you get the opportunity. Check the website, canterburypark.com, for more information. And for the aforementioned television department and Kevin Gorg, I'm Paul Allen. Good luck.
We are 8 minutes away from the start of the Festival of Champions. This is our first race at 5 furlongs. It's for Minnesota-bred fillies that are 2 years old. Please scratch number 4, Real Awesome. Again, scratch the 4, Real Awesome, out of race number 1. This starts the 50-cent 10% takeout post time, pick 4. Other wagering options are doubles, exactas tries, and 10-cent supers. Now making her way across the screen is the winner of the Fasig-Tipton Best Turned Out Award for race number 1. It's the 5, Cloudless Blue. She is stabled with trainer Tim Padilla and groomed by Marion Franklin. Congratulations on winning the Best Turned Out Award for the first race of Festival.
Okay, race fans, time to play the post-time pick 4. It's going to be a humdinger today. We got some great wagering activity. With that 10% takeout, it puts more money in your pockets. Here's my $18 play, and it's kind of interesting how we're going to play this because we're going to rely on the doctor to make a house call in the winner's circle in race 3. We're going to single Dr. Oscar. Here in the first, we're going to use 2, 6, and 7. We're going to hit the alt button in race 2. We don't do it often. Small field, I think there's some upset potential. Favorite wins, we get burned. That's okay. We're going to have Dr. Oscar single. We use the 1 and the 2 in race 4. 2, 6, 7 with all, with Dr. Oscar the 3 with 1 and 2. It is an $18 play. You can play my ticket. You can modify my ticket. You can play your own ticket. The one thing that we know for sure, you can't win it if you don't get in it. It's the post-time pick 4. It pays hundreds, sometimes thousands of dollars. So many reasons to play. You can truly today, for the 30th annual Minnesota Festival of Champions, watch and wager and be a part of history. Enjoy.
The horses are approaching the starting gate for the first. It is Festival of Champions Day, provided by Budweiser, College City Beverage, Continental Diamond, Tri-State Bobcat, Appalatos, JTR Roofing, Maker's Mark, Kim Crawford Wines, Choice Electric, and Ballard Spar. Our featured groups we welcome. A special welcome to Mr. Dale's Family and Friends, 360 Financial, Peterson Scadam Realty Group, Remax Advantage Plus, David's Birthday Bash, and the Armenian Princess Flight Attendant Party. Into the gate for the first race, provided by Choice Electric. Established in 1995, Choice Electric offers complete commercial and industrial electric services here in Minnesota. The vast experience offered includes LED sports lighting, schools, gas stations, local municipalities, manufacturing companies, and warehouses. Choice Electric, thank you for your support of Festival of Champions Day. Island Bender is the last in line. Here come the baby girls, and they're racing, and Festival of Champions Day is underway. Island Bender outbroke the field. After that is Sassy Mama. Then we come back to Charlie Paints about 5 lengths behind Island Bender, who kicks away by 2. After that, Cloudless Blue. The field is well strung out, and the leader is Island Bender. After that, it's Cool Karma, and the one in last is Nina's Gone Wild, 15 out of it. Island Bender leads it, but the lead is diminishing. Sassy Mama's on the move. Charlie Paints still looking to put together a good picture. 7 out of it to the inside of Cloudless Blue, and they head for home in the first Festival of Champions Day. Island Bender and Roman fended the challenge of Sassy Mama. Charlie's Pain a distant third, Cloudless Blue a distant fourth, and Festival Day begins with an upset. It's Island Bender at 4.5 to 1. Home and cooled out. Six battled, and the fourth preference in the win wagering prevails. Island Bender first in a minute .02. 7-3-6-2 to begin Festival of Champions Day. And the first is official. Trifecta 27.20, 10-cent superfecta $14.11. And the first $1 exacta 7.3. That one gave you nearly 26 to 1 on your dollar. Race number 2 begins the stakes racing. It's the 29th running of the Blairs Cove, Minnesota Turf Championship. The turf course is firm. The rail is all the way in. No scratches or rider changes for the second, which is about 22 minutes from now. And the second race is courtesy of Ballard Spar. And we welcome April Hamlin to the racetrack, handling the Ballard Spar Trophy presentation following the Blairs Cove. The first to the charm circle, Island Bender and Constantino Roman. Island Bender is owned by Suzanne Stables, who bred this filly in Minnesota. Island Bender is trained by Tony Rengstorff and is a 2-year-old bay daughter of Barbados out of Karen's Idol. Ladies and gentlemen, directing your attention to the big screen in the infield or TV monitors, that's jockey Nick Goodwin, who recently was inducted into the North American Indigenous Athletics Hall of Fame, along with 75 other athletes. Now, Nick, a White Earth Nation member, began riding professionally in '93 and at the age of 17. He has won more than 1,000 thoroughbred races and is the all-time leading quarter horse jockey at Canterbury Park in both wins and purses earned. Congratulations to Nick Goodwin and all of the athletes inducted into the North American Indigenous Athletics HOF.
The baby girls and their
Racing and Festival of Champions Day is underway. Island Bender outbroke the field. After that is Sassy Mama. Then we come back to Charlie Paints about 5 lengths behind Island Bender, who kicks away by 2. After that, Cloudless Blue. The field is well strung out, and the leader is Island Bender. After that, it's Cool Karma, and the one in last is Nina's Gone Wild, 15 out of it. Island Bender leads it, but the lead is diminishing. Sassy Mama's on the move. Charlie Paints still looking to put together a good picture. 7 out of it to the inside of Cloudless Blue, and they head for home in the first Festival of Champions Day. Island Bender and Roman fended the challenge of Sassy Mama. Charlie's Pain a distant third. Cloudless Blue a distant fourth. And Festival Day begins with an upset. It's Island Bender at 4.5 to 1. Home and cooled out. Alrighty, let's begin the Stakes Racing Festival of Champions Day. I'm your announcer, Paul Allen, in the Dark Star press box. Here we have the $75,000 Blairs Cove. Now, yearly, this is one of my favorite festival races because it's on the turf. It's 2 turns, fun to call, and generally also fun to wager. And looking at the odds right now, there is no definitive favorite at this moment. A race that has been won by Canterbury luminaries. Hotshot Kid, AP is loose, won it 3 times. Wally's Choice, named after Wally the Beer Man, won it in 05 and 06. And Angela and Kevin, how about this? Trainer Mac Robertson has won this race 11 of the last 15 times, and he has Devil Vision. That one is sitting there at 6-1. Let's handicap it with the Steam team.
Yeah, thank you, PA. Angela and I are ready to handicap through it. And I think when you look at a race like this on paper, we've been handicapping this race now for the better part of a week.
Yeah.
To me, it starts with the pace, and I think the pace could be electric. The 2 Jose Patio, all speed. We know about the 3 Angels Magic, such a fast and talented horse. To me, Angela, if one of those horses, the 2 or 3, can at some point get loose and comfortable in the lead, look out. But the more I looked at this race, the more I thought they were going to be vulnerable turning for home.
Right, and that's the MO of both of these, and that's kind of what could be their undoing if they do their normal thing. They've both taken advantage of a turf course that generally plays very well to horses that stay towards the front. And Jose Patio, while he's emerged with that pattern this year, Angel's Magic has been doing it for quite a while, where this horse gets out usually to a clear lead, and that's how he's best. If these two don't get clear of each other, I think that's how we both ended up on That's Not Funny. But both he and his stablemate Stagecoach Boys, I think, would take a lot of money in here, as they are right now at 2-1 and 5-2.
And I think they're both going to sit off the pace. Stagecoach Boys, to me, has kind of changed his routine. Last year when he was running at Canterbury, he was a stone-cold closer. This year he's been a little more trackable, a little closer to the pace, but the results haven't been the same. In the stretch, he hasn't had that same pop late, and he's finished second now 4 consecutive times. That's what led me to the 1, and I get it. The 4, likely the most logical horse, maybe the most likely winner, but I thought the 1 come post time would be the bigger price. Right now he is, and he's drifting a little bit higher than the 4, and I think Bridgman has put on a clinic this year in the turf. Riding at Woodbine has made a difference on his riding career. It's such a hard place to ride, and you notice it, Ange, in races like this where you have to save ground. He does just that.
Right, and being in the right place at the right time is crucial in turf races without some of the additional factors to maybe discourage them from going up towards the lead. He finds a way with horses like That's Not Funny to keep them where he wants them in the race, and when the holes generally appear, they can get through in a hurry. And when you're looking at the pace, like you mentioned, we talked about Jose Patio, and we talked about Angel's Magic and how they like to go, but in some of their better races, Stagecoach Boys, Ben's Malice, and Devil Vision all employ the opposite tactic. That leaves That's Not Funny in the middle, maybe to have clear sailing from just off the pace. If you take that vantage point, you don't get fair value. You get 5-2. I mean, that's fine. He does make some sense in here. I would have liked to see a little bit more just based on what he's done in the past, but he's definitely the now sort of horse in here, and we both agree.
How about the trend that Paul Allen just gave us? 11 of the last 15 runnings have gone to trainer Mac Robertson. I urge you not to sleep on the 6, Devil Vision. Looks awesome in the paddock. We know about the trainer, and Ange and I just talked about the pace. That horse charges from way back. I think the 6 is super sneaky here at 6-1. It is the $75,000 Blairs Cove. It's the first of 6 Festival of Champions stakes races, over $500,000 in purses, and you can watch and wager and be a part of it. They're heading down to the tunnel and onto the track. We'll have a little more analysis for you as they warm up. 2 minutes to post, and we'll have a post-race interview. Welcome to the stakes races on Festival of Champions night right out here at Canterbury Park.
Lynn Dykert, best bugler in the country, brings them onto the track for the 29th running of the Blairs Cove Minnesota Turf Championship, and here they are. Number 1 is Lothenbach Stables, That's Not Funny. The trainer is Joel Burnt, the rider, Jermaine Bridgemahan. Our leading rider, Harry Hernandez, rides number 2, Jose Patio, for Barry and Joni Butzo and trainer Mike Beeler. Number 3 is Pete Matson's Angels Magic. Angels Magic, in search of 3 in a row, is trained by David Van Winkle. In the irons, Chad Lindsay. Lothenbach Stables also starts number 4 Stagecoach Boys, trained by Joel Burnt, the rider, Alonzo Quinones. Number 5 is Ben's Malice, our best turned out winner for this race, courtesy of Fasig Tipton. This one is groomed by Luis Rodriguez, spectacularly too. The owner, Pete Matson, the trainer, David Van Winkle, and Constantino Roman looks to sweep the first double. Number 6 is John Mentz's Devil Vision. The trainer, Mac Robertson, the rider, Eduardo Gallardo. That's the field for the $75,000 Blairs Cove, and they take off about 7 minutes from now.
Hello from the winner's circle. We're going to start stakes racing off here in the Festival of Champions. The Blairs Cove is quite the lineup. And what did you see when they came on track?
A couple things. I thought the favorite looked outstanding. I really liked the way Stagecoach Boys approached the warm-up. Very professional. Looks like he's really on his toes and ready to run a big one. I get it. He should be favored. I like our tout, though. I think our horse gets a wonderful trip inside. But I keep going back to the 2 and the 3. I think speed at this racetrack, Angela on either surface, can be so lethal on nights like this. If 2 or 3 can shake loose, and that's a big if because they're both so fast, I think they can easily hold off the class that might be the 1, 4, and 6. To me, it's a fascinating race to handicap.
It is, and if you look at the board right now, it's very reflective of people kind of spelling out what you just laid out. They think that these two are going to probably lock up on the front end right now. For them, they are of good value on the board at 5-2 and 7-2, or 5-1 and 7-2. If you think that either one of these two can do what Kevin just said, they both make good impressions in the paddock, especially Jose Patio. Anybody else visually stand out to you as they were walking around and as they made their way out?
I always like to check out Ben's Malice. He's the longest shot on the board, and a lot like Devil Vision. That Ben's Malice is going to be 8, 10, 12 lengths back of a pace that we know is going to be hot. Another horse that if he's feeling good and brings his A game, hey, it's Pete Matson on Festival of Champions. So you never sleep on a Matson charge. He's got the front covered with Angel's Magic. He's got the back end covered with that big closer. Again, this is such a fun race to handicap. That's why I hit the all button on my pick 4. I think any of these 6 can win.
Right, and it's one of those races where you have a lot of ifs, like you laid out. I mean, we don't have that necessarily through the rest of the card, but there's a lot of ifs that could make a difference in here, and having your bases covered very much suggested in any of your horizontal wagers. As Kevin said, I think that this is a very evenly matched bunch, and the board probably will reflect that by the time they get in the gate.
Soak it up, fans. This is one of the biggest and most important nights of the season each and every year. We're into the final week of racing, but it all comes down to tonight. The first rate here of 6 stakes races for $500,000. Paul Allen, as they go to the gate, you've been calling these races for a couple of decades plus. It's got to be special to know that these horses tonight are going to run into the history books, and how meaningful these races are to the people that make racing happen here in Minnesota.
Perfectly stated, my ma'am. And this is the 29th running of the Blairs Cove. Personally speaking, this is my favorite day of the season. Likewise for other members of the STEAM team. It's Festival of Champions Day, nothing but Minnesotans, and we thank all of our sponsors for making a day like this possible, including Ballard Spahr. For 3 decades, the national law firm of Ballard Spahr has been a proud partner of Canterbury Park, and also congratulates us on today's Festival of Champions celebration. You can learn more about Ballard Spahr. It is Ballard Spahr, SPAHR.com. Let's see who lays down the law in the Blairs Cove, and they're racing. And a wonderful beginning for Angel's Magic in search of 3 in a row, but Jose Patio is faster, and as they pass us for the first time, like a quarter horse, Jose Patio strides out beautifully and leads it by 2. Angel's Magic is also incredibly fast and is being restrained tightly and aggressively by Chad Lindsay, and these 2 speedsters are 7 lengths clear from That's Not Funny. That one is a length and a half now, 2 clear from the stablemate Stagecoach Boys, and they're about 10 lengths behind Jose Patio. After that, Devil Vision and Ben's Malice is loping along in last, about 17 lengths from the front. Up the barn side they go in the 29th running of the Blairs Cove Minnesota Turf Championship. Jose Patio at a juicy 4-1 has wire to wire on his mind, and he leads it by 5. In second, Angel's Magic, about 13 clear from Devil Vision beginning to close in. That's Not Funny next to that one. Stagecoach Boys is being ridden aggressively, second last, and Ben's Malice is still far out of it. These stragglers need these top 2 to stop, and Jose Patio still leads it by 5. Angel's Magic is jumping up and down. Devil Vision is now just 8 out of it. Then it's Stagecoach Boys, That's Not Funny, and Ben's Malice, and they're charging down the Canterbury Park turf course. Jose Patio is jumping all over the place, absolutely out of gas, but it's probably not going to matter. Jose Patio, wire to wire for 75 grand in the Blairs Cove. Number 2, Jose Patio ran first. It's 2:06.34 in the Blairs Cove. Clocked in 1:41.22. That is just a second off the track record. And the race is unofficial. Once again, we welcome April Hamlin, not only to Canterbury, but to the winner's enclosure. April Hamlin is with Ballard Spar, and April is making the trophy presentation to the winning connections of the 29th Blairs Cove. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the Blairs Cove champions, Jose Patio and Harry Hernandez. The winning owners, Barry and Joni Butzo, and the winning trainer, Mike Beeler. Jose Patio is a 3-year-old brown gelding by Cinco Charlie from the added edge mare, Smarty Prance. And Jose Patio was bred in Minnesota by Richard Bramer and Cheryl Sprick. Let's go down to the winner's circle, and KG is with Harry.
Yeah, one of the great stories the last couple of seasons is this man. Such a talented rider is Harry Hernandez. And here's Jose Patio, who just keeps getting better and better. You rode him for the first time last month. What did you learn about him?
Well, I saw his brakes perfect. So when I rode him the first time, there weren't much speed as there was here today, so I kind of let him roll. But the way he was going, he was doing it so easy with me. His ears told me everything, how comfortable he felt, so I just went with him. And the same thing today, he was a little longer, minus 16. We have Angel's Magic, that's a really fast horse. So my plan, and I told Michael, I'm gonna ride him pretending my Angel Magic's not here. So the way he broke, and I look to my right, I see Shad trying to go with me, but my horse just got taking me. So I was like, all right, let's go for it. And on the 3A's on, he started looking at stuff, but I didn't really want to tap him because I didn't want him to go, but I kept him like focused on the race, and thank God he just kept going for it. We got the win.
And you're a jockey that wants to do your best when the lights are the brightest. Tonight is Festival of Champions. You're here with Kayla, your beautiful baby, and your dad is here. To have your family here, to see you ride the first stakes race and win the way you did, how much fun was that for you?
It's the best feeling, man, having my dad here and seeing him next to Scott. That's like my second dad. It's my aunt, my baby here. It's just perfect, man. I got my family with me. And to me, family's first, always, so I'm happy.
Family's first, and so are you above Jose Patio. Flag fall to that's all, guys. Double H gets it done emphatically to start the night out right with a nice upset price of 4-1.
Let's see who lays down the law in the Blairs Cove, and they're racing. And a wonderful beginning for Angels Magic in search of 3 in a row, but Jose Patio is faster, and as they pass us for the first time, like a quarter horse, Jose Patio strides out beautifully and leads it by 2. Angels Magic is also incredibly fast and is being restrained tightly and aggressively by Chad Lindsay, and these 2 speedsters are 7 lengths clear from That's Not Funny. That one is a length and a half now, 2 clear from the stablemate Stagecoach Boys, and they're about 10 lengths behind Jose Patio. After that, Devil Vision and Ben's Malice is loping along in last, about 17 lengths from the front. Up the barn side they go in the 29th running of the Blairs Cove Minnesota Turf Championship. Jose Patio at a juicy 4-1 has wire to wire on his mind, and he leads it by 5. In second, Angels Magic, about 13 clear from Devil Vision beginning to close in. That's Not Funny next to that one. Stagecoach Boys is being ridden aggressively second last, and Ben's Malice is still far out of it. These stragglers need these top 2 to stop, and Jose Patio still leads it by 5. Angels Magic is jumping up and down. Devil Vision is now just 8 out of it. Then it's Stagecoach Boys, That's Not Funny, and Ben's Malice, and they're charging down the Canterbury Park turf course. Jose Patio is jumping all over the place, absolutely out of gas, but it's probably not going to matter. Jose Patio, wire to wire for 75 grand in the Blairs Cove. Alrighty, so we go on to the Croc Rock, Minnesota Sprint Championship, and welcome back to the Dark Star Press Box. How about this? Through the first two races, the average $2 win payoff is $11. So favorites are 0 for 2, and the first double paid 38 to 1. So the prices have been en vogue to begin Festival of Champions Day. Let's see what takes place here with this six-pack. Let's head down to the paddock and handicap the Croc Rock.
Thank you, Paul. We are down here for the Croc Rock, the race named for one of the fastest Minnesotans to ever sprint here at Canterbury Park. And we have some very fast ones lined up for this edition, to be sure. A few from Pete Matson's camp, and one that should be the heavy favorite and has the resume to be that.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And before we handicap the race, I got to tip my hat to the heavens. It's the very first edition of the Festival of Champions without Mr. Dale. And Dale Shenian, without his love and support, we never get back started up as Canterbury Park after the Downs shut down. Mr. Dale's watching from above, and I know his family's enjoying this day from across the country. And this is his race, man. This was his horse. Croc Rock was such a special horse. And he's honored today, Ange, because you've got a group of horses in here that have run some unbelievable races. And our pick is Dr. Oscar. You don't see a lot of Minnesota breds crack a 105 buyer. To put it in perspective, horses that run the Triple Crown races, the best of the best for 3-year-olds in our country, rarely even eclipse 100. This is a special horse off a big-time dirt race the last time we saw him on the main track.
Yes, the last time that we did see him on that main track, he registered that 105. It does stand out on the page, and Dr. Oscar has proven that he would make quite a race with Croc Rock, wouldn't he? And, I mean, if you pick out any one of these, they're a versatile bunch, too. This isn't just a bunch of sprinters put together, and they had the option. You know, there were different places that they could go. They end up here, and it does make for a complex pace scenario. If anybody decides to go lock horns with him on the front end, including maybe Sir Sterling, that's one of those ifs, just like the last race. I thought he could shake loose, but Sir Sterling will not make that an easy task on the outside.
We just watched a 3-year-old who's improving late in the summer take down classy older horses. If you hit last race and you handicapped last race thinking Jose Patio was the now horse, you almost owe it to yourself to give Sir Sterling a look. And we've got a double handler here on Dr. Oscar, and I'm feeling much better about my selection because Dr. Oscar isn't from the Mac Robertson barn, which traditionally has double handlers. But back to my point, outside horse, 3-year-old, looks spectacular in the paddock, does Sir Sterling. We just saw a 3-year-old beat older. I don't know if it can happen again. This is a salty bunch, but that horse should get a great tracking trip from just off of it.
Right, and speaking of salty, when you talk about salt of the earth, Lindy Wade, Sir Sterling has been partnered with him, and they've won 2 of their 3 recent starts together with the outside draw again. Now, he had that last time, and he went up and disputed the pace in the Minnesota Derby with the outside draw this time, coming off that route race. You said a good pouncing sort of trip, but how close do you think he needs to stay to Dr. Oscar to keep that one honest up front?
I think he's got enough speed to stay within a length or 2, and that's what you want to do from an outside attack post. To me, the most fascinating part of the race, and by the way, Xavier Dave, who's going to get a leg up here on the inside from trainer Mac Robertson, could not look better. But the stablemates, the 2 and the 3, the Matson horses, both have speed. So how do you run a horse like the Alligator Hunter inside, who probably has to go against the fastest of the fast in Dr. Oscar? To me, that's the race within the race.
Absolutely it is. And even they're capable of dueling and going on too. So that doesn't eliminate anyone from the equation. That's the fun of these races because we see them come from such different paths to converge in this spot. I mean, you could take a number of opinions with this. If you think that it melts down, you have some very classy horses towards the outside. Roses by Liam and Bayou Benny that could benefit from that sort of setup. It very well could happen. And these are prices that you see on really good horses that you typically don't just because they're facing each other.
It is the Croc Rock, $75,000, the fastest of the fast. The sprinters take center stage at 6 furlongs right here. Do you like the proven commodity that is the older horses, or do you like the young shooter, the 3-year-old to the outside? The second of 6 stakes races. Pete Matson's got a couple. He's a legend in the winner's circle. Can he get back there today? The intrigue builds as the horses leave the paddock soon. They'll be on the track. We'll have the call to the post. They'll be at the gate in around 8, and then they're going to get it on.
And the call to the post brings the runners onto the track for the 30th Croc Rock Minnesota Sprint Championship. And here they are. Number 1 is Zavy Dave, owned by Linda Bush, trained by Mac Robertson. In the irons, Eduardo Gallardo. Number 2 is the Alligator Hunter, ridden by Constantino Roman, owned by Pete Matson and Tim Padilla. Tim Padilla trains. This also is our Phasig Tipton, best turned outrunner in race 3, groomed by Eric Escalante. Number 3 is Pete Matson's Dr. Oscar. Oscar is owned by Pete Matson, trained by Tim Padilla, and Alonso Quinones is in the irons. Number 4 is our Minnesota Derby champion from earlier this year. He is Roses by Liam. Also wearing the colors of Pete Matson, also trained by Tim Padilla. Adamar Santos rides Roses by Liam. Number 5 is Bayou Benny and Harry Hernandez. Bayou Benny is owned by Winchester Place Thoroughbreds, the trainer, Gary Shearer. And number 6 is Sir Sterling, a 2-time stakes winner this spring-summer at Canterbury. Chad Keene owns, Tony Rengstorff trains, and Lindy Wade is in the irons. That's the 6-pack for the Croc Rock. They sprint in 5 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, our Canterbury Park family is deeply saddened as we mourn the sudden death of the great Dale Shenian. Mr. Dale was a hard-working St. Paul native, and with Randy and the late Curtis Sampson, brought Canterbury Park to life in the mid-90s. Dale Shenian was our vice chairman, and along with his wife Betty, Hall of Fame horse owners and breeders. Festival of Champions Day, the blue and green colors came shining through.
Hold for more, and Bourbon County trying to run him down. Smooth Shiraz, Bourbon County, hold for more. Bourbon County, hold for more, has done it. What an aggressive, great win by Hold for More.
Nobody dominated Festival Day like Dale's favorite horse, Croc Rock.
Who's flying late. King of Nights jumping out of the ground, but it's too late, and Croc Rock is the sprint champion.
but it's Croc Rock. Rise and applaud the fastest Minnesotan we've seen. Ladies and gentlemen, he is Croc Rock, and he wins. Croc Rock, the Minnesota Sprint Champion. He's still the fastest Minnesotan, and he wins the sprint for a 4th time. As friend and track co-owner Randy Sampson recently shared, his big smile, bigger heart, and larger-than-life personality helped define Canterbury Park for the past 29 years and will sorely be missed by his many friends at Canterbury Park. The Canterbury family misses that infectious smile and a zest for life that was enviable. Mr. Dale, we are here to make you proud on your very favorite day each and every season at Canterbury Park, Festival of Champions Day. May God rest the soul of the great Dale Shenian. Two minutes to post time. Let's head to the finish line and Kevin and Angela.
Well, thank you, Paul, and we appreciate that great tribute that TV put together to the late, great Mr. Dale. And the race named for Croc Rock comes up next. It's going to be an interesting edition of the sprint, Kevin. Did you see anything as they made their way out?
I liked the way the right horses looked. I thought the 1 and 3 both made the biggest and best impression in the paddock. And I think if you're going to play the Croc Rock and if it's Mr. Dale's tribute race, Croc Rock was all about speed. His weapon was going to the front and saying, try to beat me, and that's exactly who we have in Dr. Oscar. Now listen, he's got to beat maybe the best field he's ever faced, but I think he's the speed of the speed. I think he's the most talented horse, and if he can get to the front, I think he does what he does.
Yeah, I would agree with that, and it'll depend if Dr. Oscar can get a little comfortable on the front end, but he's one of those that we talked about before that can duel, can keep going, can shrug off multiple bids, and his stablemate, the Alligator Hunter, is going to have some early decisions to make, but right now you get 5-1 as opposed to 4-5.
Yeah, 5-1 on the Alligator Hunter is crazy to me because he doesn't need the lead. He has the speed to stay within touch. He's the stablemate, so they're likely not going to go eyeball to eyeball. And he can sit inside, probably get the jump on Xavier Dave, and be poised to pounce. He's interesting. I thought the one-horse Xavier Dave looked spectacular in the walking ring out in the paddock. And he's an intriguing sort. Paul L. made a great point on the cutback angle. This race is going to have a fast pace again. Maybe he's there ready to go, turning for home.
Well, you can see on screen right now as he just walked by, that is Xavier Dave prancing along. But Sir Sterling did get a little warm, I guess, on the warm-up as he goes back towards the gate. It's a warm day out. It's a very pleasant day out. The sun has just come out. But recently it was pretty cool, and it did rain a little bit before the races, so I would still expect a pretty fair dirt track for this one. Did you see anything else besides him as they warmed up and head to the gate?
Well, Dr. Oscar got a little warm. The last time we saw him on the screen, he had a little neck sweat. That's going to happen. It's a little humid right now. But he's keyed up and ready to go, and I think he holds, to me, the key to handling this race. If he gets out clean, if he makes the front, he going to be a handful. If he doesn't, and somebody else is up there to pester him early, then he could be vulnerable turning from him. Look at the tote board right now. I don't think he should be 3-5. I picked him. I think he's the most likely winner, but 3-5 seems a little ambitious. So I'll be curious to see how the race plays out. I think, to me, the race is going to be won and lost up before the far turn. If he's clear, he's gone. If he's in a duel, he's in big trouble.
We will find out who is going to win the Croc Rock Sprint momentarily. They have reached the gate. It's your turn, Paul.
It is now race time.
Moving in. Sir Sterling last in line. It's the 30th Croc Rock Minnesota Sprint Championship, and here they are. They're backing out number 6, Sir Sterling. The rider is off number 4, Roses by Liam. Spinning about behind the gate under track vet supervision. So they've backed Bayou Benny and Sir Sterling out. And now Adamar Santos rejoins Roses by Liam. 5 goes back in. Sir Sterling, rambunctious back in, but we're ready. And they're racing in the Croc Rock, and Bayou Benny wins the start, but now several with elite early speed, including the Alligator Hunter and the favored Dr. Oscar. They hook up. Sir Sterling also good to go on the 3-wide side. After that, Zavy Dave, the rider as the Red Silks, beginning to advance and passing Bayou Benny, about 5 out of it. Then it's a big gap back to the Derby champion, Roses by Liam, 10 lengths from the lead. Into the far turn, they sprint, and it's Dr. Oscar pulling them along by a tenacious half. Sir Sterling lays second, shoved on. After that, the Alligator Hunter beginning to saunter up confidently to the outside. Zavy Dave is cruising through to the inside, about 5 from it. Then we come to Bayou Benny, and still nothing from Roses by Liam, and they come charging down the Canterbury Park stretch for 75 grand in the Croc Rock, and the Doctor is in the house. Dr. Oscar is operating beautifully. Bayou Benny is re-engaging. After that, the Alligator Hunter and Zavy Dave. But Dr. Oscar is gone. He's the Croc Rock champion. Number 3, Dr. Oscar ran first. Second, 1, Zavy Dave. Third, 5, Bayou Benny. And fourth, 2, the Alligator Hunter. 3152 is unofficial. The final time, 109.66 by the Doctor. And the third race is official. Francisco Bravo back at Canterbury, longtime trainer for the great Dale Shenian. Francisco Bravo making the trophy presentation to the winning connections of the Croc Rock. And into the winner's enclosure, it's Dr. Oscar and Alonzo Quinones. Dr. Oscar is a 4-year-old bay son of Shackelford out of Miss Darla, owned by Pete Matson, and also was bred in Minnesota by Pete Matson, and the winning trainer, Tim Padilla. Let's go to the winner's circle, and the winning owner and breeder of Dr. Oscar, Mr. Pete Matson, is with Angela.
I do have Pete Matson here, and you had a few entities in here, and we've seen a lot of fast Oscars from your camp in the past, but is it safe to say that the doctor is the fastest of them all?
Yes, it's safe to say that.
And you did have a few in here. Crocodile Hunter went up towards the lead. Dr. Oscar had to fight for this every step of the way. Where about in the stretch did you think that he was going to pull away?
It started the race.
Well, so what's next with this horse? He's put up a 105 buyer. He travels all over. He doesn't need to take his track with him. He is just plain fast. Where do you take a horse like this?
Keeneland.
And then anything?
We'll just see what happens.
Well, we wish you, Dr. Oscar, and everybody involved all the luck in the world going down to Keeneland, and congratulations on a wonderful win in the Croc Rock Sprint.
I just want to say I'm honored to win the race in honor of Dale. I bought my first horse from him, and he's been a dear friend ever since. So we'll miss them all dearly.
I echo those sentiments completely, and it's a very bittersweet moment, I suppose. Just a lot of emotions involved here, and we thank you for coming to talk to me and congratulate you again.
Hopefully I'll be back here soon.
I hope so too, Pete. Congratulations. Dr. Oscar wins again.
And they're racing in the Croc Rock, and Bayou Benny wins the start, but now several with elite early speed, including the Alligator Hunter and the favored Dr. Oscar. They hook up. Sir Sterling also good to go on the 3-wide side. After that, Zavy Dave, the rider as the Red Silks, beginning to advance and passing Bayou Benny, about 5 out of it. Then it's a big gap back to the Derby champion, Roses by Liam, 10 lengths from the lead. Into the far turn, they sprint, and it's Dr. Oscar Oscar pulling them along by a tenacious half. Sir Sterling lays second, shoved on. After that, the Alligator Hunter beginning to saunter up confidently to the outside. Zavy Dave is cruising through to the inside, about 5 from it. Then we come to Bayou Benny, and still nothing from Roses by Liam, and they come charging down the Canterbury Park stretch for 75 grand in the Croc Rock, and the doctor is in the house. Dr. Oscar is operating beautifully. Bayou Benny is re-engaging. After that, the Alligator Hunter and Zavy Dave, but Dr. Oscar is gone. He's the Croc Rock champion. So put a Q for Alonso Quinones and an O for Dr. Oscar around the Croc Rock. What an impressive performance. Now, the baby girls. The Northern Lights debutante 5 battle. Extreme Diva, one of 4 in here looking to remain undefeated. And that's your heavy favorite as we go to the paddock to handicap the 37th Northern Lights debutante with KG and Angela.
Thank you, PA. This is always a fun part of the race card because this is the future of Minnesota racing. These are the babies. We get to see the girls here later in the card in race 8. We get to see the boys. And we've seen some really, really big performances from the 2-year-olds this year. And it gets us excited, Ange, because for you and I, we love the summers out here. We're not counting days down. We're sad it's the final week of racing. Next Saturday is the last day. So this is what stokes our fire all winter long, to come back next spring and look forward to these horses as 3-year-olds, maybe a Derby or Oaks champion. And even though this is the smaller of the two fields, I look at this race and say there are some horses that are going to love 2 turns.
Hey, this was a smallish group last year, but you've seen those names come back and make an impact this year. Thunder's Rock and Roll, Cupid's Crush, Lover Girl. They have followed through and matured as 3-year-olds to still be very much a force in that division. We'll see if these ones can do the same, because the boys did a little different act this year. Again, we'll see them later in the card, but these are the stars that you're going to see down the road, and they're from some families that you're probably familiar with too. So digging a little bit deeper into it is a lot of fun. But the inside horse, Extreme Diva, has 1 start to her. She opened by 12 lengths. She's the big favorite and everything, but Extreme Diva drew the rail. Any sort of a deterrent for you?
I don't like the rail, but I'm far more worried about a rail position for a 2-year-old if it's his or her first start. Now, she looked awfully professional. Winning that first start by over 12 lengths. She was stylish. It was a track that was sloppy, and sometimes that can really be a quirky thing for a young horse. She looked the part of a horse that's stakes worthy, and as I watch these horses come out of the saddle enclosure, she looks just glorious. Big and strong for a 2-year-old, good-looking coat. It's Mac Robertson, and I know Mac got shut out last year. That's not happening this year.
She does look very, very good down here in the paddock. My gosh, yeah. Extreme Diva looks really good, and she looked good in that first start when she did go from the outside. She didn't break right on top that day, but still, this one has had a lot of work in the mornings too, and if you judge them by the company they keep, even if you don't see a bunch of bullets, she was working with really good horses, and she was beating really good horses. I mean, Extreme Diva has just done everything right, it would seem, right up until this point. We'll see if she can make it 2 for 2, and she certainly isn't giving you any sort of thing to complain about from the looks department. My goodness, as she does get close to us. But there are plenty more in this field. A Primera Vista right behind her is 1 for 1 herself, but she broke her maiden on turf at Delaware. Your thoughts?
Well, I'm excited that Carrie Raven, the trainer and owner, has shipped this horse halfway across the country. We know, Ange, handicapping, simulcast-wise, how good the racing is at Delaware. These horses ship to big tracks all over America and win. So she's legit. She's a real threat, and I like the way she won that debut. I know it was on turf, but she's got plenty of dirt in her pedigree. Her granddad was Super Saver, a horse we both cashed on in the 2010 Kentucky Derby. So I think the 2 is a super intriguing X factor. Has yet to tackle Minnesota breds, beat Open Company undefeated, and like the 1, makes a real nice impression down here in the ring.
Yeah, I was interested to see how she would handle the ship, because she worked at Delaware at the beginning of the month, and she is here. I mean, you mentioned she's by competitive edge. He's a little bit better dirt sire than he is a turf sire. She's a half to Cupid's Crush, and her dam won her first 3 starts, including the Francis Genter. There are definitely some things that would point at this filly being more than just a turf sprinter, and right now she's at 7-2. I'm kind of surprised at that, but you get 6-1 on speed dial next door, and this was my second choice in here. This daughter of Dialed In debuted and won a little bit early. I mean, some of these made their debuts and won a little bit later in August, but she got it done right away, and there aren't always spots for these kinds of horses after they break their mane in the middle of July.
No, and that's the tricky part. She's had to be sitting on the sidelines. She's got some great workouts, and this is a horse that I think down the road is going to love 2 turns. Dialed In was on the Kentucky Derby trail, ran in that Kentucky Derby. I think the 3 and 4 are both dangers late in this race. The 1 and 2 to me both look like they're going to try to beat you with early speed, and I think the 3 and 4 both are going to be big-time factors when they turn for home.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Go Leanne Go came from off the pace. She draws in a similar sort of spot today, and 5 of them are set to contest the Northern Lights debutante as they now make their way out of the walking ring. Please take superfecta wagering out of the equation, as again we scratch the 5 pearl button, but you still have pick 3s, doubles, exactas, trifectas, and a 4 to 5 favorite leading the charge out to the track in Extreme Diva. The Northern Lights debutante is set to go off in 9 minutes. They're track bound for it. Good luck if you are alive in the post time pick 4. It's going to cap off right here.
Ladies and gentlemen, directing your attention to the winner's enclosure or the big screen in the infield. You know, Reggie Jackson was known as Mr. October, and we offer Mike Boudin, one of our prized employees. He's our Mr. October Fest. And Mike has our call to the post with his tuba. Mr. Oktoberfest, Mike Boudin. Well done, Michael. Oktoberfest closing day next Saturday at Canterbury. CanterburyPark.com for information. And here they are for the 37th Northern Lights debutante. The baby girls are led by Extreme Diva and Eduardo Gallardo for Vicky McGowan's Extreme Racing Stables and the trainer, Mac Robertson. Number 2, A Primera Vista. We welcome to Canterbury Park Carol Cedeno. Carrie Raven is the owner and trainer, and this one is our Fasig-Tipton Best Turned Out runner for the 4th, groomed impeccably by Lionel Olguin. James Thayers owns number 3 on Speed Dial. Alonzo Quinones rides for trainer David Van Winkle. Number 4, Bob Lothenbach's Go Leanne Go. The trainer, Joel Burnt. The rider, Adamar Santos. And number 6 is Mary Moberg's Rosalina. The trainer, Brianna McDaniel. In the irons, Kelsey Haar. 5 minutes.
The man to my left, you may know his voice even better. I have Richard Grunder, a staple of Minnesota racing, here to talk a little bit about festival. Now, you've seen a lot of festival races over the years, and as an agent, you try to line up a big day. Is there a certain festival day that stands out in your history?
There's been so many good ones. Incredible. I've been blessed enough to see every single one since '95, and so many good ones. Hard to say which one. Probably the most surprising one, which was cool, was Etats Unis with my buddy Hugo Sanchez for the Sampson family, paid $58. Nobody gave it any chance. Stayed on her feet, come down the outside, and I think later on she wound up getting beaten on 2,7,500. But anyway, that particular day she was on her game, but that was a surprise, but there's been many, many, many good ones.
And emotions run high on a day like this, and we have the current stars, we have the stars of the future, and in the debutante or the Futurity, you see some 2-year-old stars generally. Is there anyone that you remember, or anyone that we should look out for maybe, that has stood out to you thus far? You see it all.
Well, obviously, Jägermeister, but 2-year-olds are like high school athletes, and freshmen in college, all of a sudden the bells go off and they develop into good horses. We've all seen a lot of 2-year-old champions go on the 3-year-old Derby trail, and they wind up not panning out. Warpass in particular, I thought he was maybe the greatest horse in Secretariat at the time, and he came to Tampa and went off 1-20, and there was $1.5 million to bet to show on him, and he was a bad 5th. But so you just never know. From 2 to 3 is a big change, but a lot of nice 2-year-olds. And I think this year, the boy division especially, I think there's literally 7 of the 10 in there could win the race.
Well, we're excited to see how it pans out a little bit later. The debutante is on deck, and I have to thank you again for your time. It's the big day for all of us, and I'm really glad to make you a part of it on the mic.
It's always such a pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Richard. We're almost to the debutante. Stay tuned.
All right, fans, it's a minute to post here for the $100,000 Northern Lights debutante, and I've been watching these horses warm up. No doubt about it, the inside markers, the horse to beat, the odds speak to that. Warm-up could not have gone better. She looked good in the paddock. She's looked great warming up. Extreme Diva is the horse to beat. She's drawn inside. They're likely going to have to use her speed early. But as I mentioned in the paddock, this Delaware shipper is the wild card. Kerry Raven trains and owns. They ship halfway across the country. She beat a nice turf field. She did it comfortably, and she's got natural speed. So I think she'll be right there with her as they bend around that turn, which might set it up for horses that run late. And I think both the 3 and the 4 are going to have some closing kick. I think both the 3 and 4 are going to be really fun to watch when we go longer next summer. And I think about the Minnesota Oaks in a 2-turn race. They both have that kind of talent. But look at this one horse. I mean, just look at the way she's warming up those familiar silks. She's got good muscle. And only one start to her credit, but boy, she won by 12. To me, the race within the race is how the 1 and 2 try to separate themselves. If the 1 is good enough to get clear and make that 2 chaser, that might just be enough. If not, if they hook up and go eyeball to eyeball, now we've got a story, and now maybe the 3 and 4 will have something to say about it late. Paul Allen, this is the future. This is next summer's 3-year-olds. I love 2-year-olds at Canterbury, both this race and race 8, a window into what lies ahead in Minnesota-bred racing, and we're in very good hands. There are some great bloodlines, some great owners, and some big-time trainers, so the future looks very bright.
Indeed, and wonderful sponsors too, including College City Beverage, and we welcome John Pumper to the racetrack. And College City Beverage, longtime sponsors of racing at Canterbury. The Sawyer family, Shell family, and their leadership team, we thank you. In fact, College City has been in partnership with Canterbury Park for more than 15 years, marketing Anheuser-Busch and Summit brands. In fact, following race number 4, the famed Budweiser Clydesdales will be on the dirt track. So College City Beverage, welcome to the show. It is now race time for the Northern Lights debutante. Four of them in here, looking to remain undefeated. Extreme Diva, one of them. That is the 1-2 favorite. A Primera Vista, 2.5 to 1. Welcome back to CBY, Kerry Raven, owner and trainer. On speed dial, 1 for 1. Q, looking to win another Festival Stakes race. Go Leanne Go, the beautiful gray daughter of Race Day, and Leanne W. And here's Rosalina, last in line. Stand by for the 37th Northern Lights debutante. And they're racing. All the baby girls off squarely, save a Primera Vista. The Delaware Steam missed it by 2 and started in last. It's Rosalina at 1,000,000 to 1 showing speed. Extreme Divas to her inside, and the bookenders crackle. After that, Go, Leanne Go, quite prominent, 2 lengths from the lead to the outside of a Primera Vista. And the Delaware shipper is in third narrowly and on the move with Cedeno. Then we come back to On Speed Dial. That one is 7 lengths behind Extreme Diva. The favored filly is to the inside of the 25 to 1 Rosalina, and they're both working quite hard. A Primera Vista is looking to get to the outside, but the gray Go Leanne Go is keeping her neatly pinned as Rosalina hits the brakes and does the moonwalk. Way back in last On Speed Dial, and they're heading for home in the Northern Lights debutante. And Extreme Diva, with extreme talent, has run away from them all. Extreme Diva goes 2 for 2, and Extreme Diva is the debutante champion. Number 1, Extreme Diva, first in 110.89. It is 1-2-4-3, and it's unofficial. The debutante is cashable. The 5th race is on the firm turf course and begins the pick 4 on races 5 through 8. Number 7, Angel of Attack, is ridden by Constantino Roman. And now, the Northern Lights debutante champions, Extreme Diva and Eduardo Gallardo. The winning owners, Vicky McGowan and Extreme Racing Stables. And the winning trainer, Mac Robertson. Extreme Diva is a 2-year-old brown filly by Cole Front out of the old topper mare, Silly Little Mama, bred in Minnesota by Scott Pierce. Once again, we thank John Pumper with College City Beverage in the winner's enclosure, making the trophy presentation to the McGowans and Extreme Racing. Welcome back, John, and thank you, College City Beverage. That is the 5th victory in the debutante for Hall of Fame trainer Mac Robertson. He first won it in 2008 with Sir Tricky and Barry and Joni Butzo as the owners. Mike and Vicky McGowan are with KG in the winner's enclosure.
Some of the nicest people you want to meet here at Canterbury, Minnesota people, Minnesota owners, and wow, what a Minnesota bred. You picked this horse out, Mike, last year at the MTA yearling sale for $35,000. What's it like to buy a horse for $35,000 and see a horse turn into a stakes winner?
You know, when you look at him when you start, you never know, right? Yeah. But the horse looked like he had good conformation. He had some muscle to her, and she just looked like she was going to be a winner.
So you spend that kind of money. You've got Mac Robertson training, Vicky. And before the horse debuted, when you're just out here maybe watching the horse in the barn and seeing the workouts, when did you know that Extreme Diva might be something special?
Oh, after her first race. Really.
And what's it like on race day when you're the overwhelming favorite? You've been on both sides of this, right? You've got 7,000 people here that are betting your horse. You're supposed to be the rock star. Do you feel the pressure, and how do you watch the race?
I do feel the pressure. I'm more excited and nervous, but I just so happy for the horse.
And she runs like she's a happy horse. The last question is, as a Minnesota bred owner, this is the big day on the calendar. What does Minnesota Festival of Champions mean to all you folks that come to those sales, that buy those horses and race here at Canterbury?
Well, you know, we're from Minnesota, so, you know, we want to win here. And I hope this thing continues and we get good horses coming here every year. And we want to bring good horses here, and it's important to us.
Fun. The future is so important, guys, and when Extreme Diva flashes her stuff, the future's in good hands. We got some good young horses, and man, did she look good winning the debutante this afternoon.
Post time pick 4, 79:30. Coming up soon on the Canterbury Park dirt track, the famed Budweiser Clydesdales. And they're racing. All the baby girls off squarely, save a Primera Vista. The Delaware Steam missed it by 2 and started in last. It's Rosalina at 1,000,000 to 1 showing speed. Extreme Divas to her inside, and the bookenders crackle. After that, Go, Leanne, Go. Quite prominent, 2 lengths from the lead to the outside of a Primera Vista. And the Delaware Shipper is in third narrowly and on the move with Cedeno. Then we come back to On Speed Speed Dial. That one is 7 lengths behind Extreme Diva. The favored filly is to the inside of the 25-1 Rosalina, and they're both working quite hard. A Primera Vista is looking to get to the outside, but the gray Go Leanne Go is keeping her neatly pinned as Rosalina hits the brakes and does the moonwalk. Way back in last on Speed Dial, and they're heading for home in the Northern Lights debutante, and Extreme Diva with extreme talent has run away from them all. Extreme Diva goes 2 for 2, and Extreme Diva is the debutante champion. Ladies and gentlemen, on television monitors and the big screen in the infield, here come the famed Budweiser Clydesdales. Now, this hitch is the St. Louis hitch, and the home base is St. Louis, Missouri. And catching a ride aboard the hitch, a couple of Canterbury Park Hall of Famers, one, Jockey Scott Stevens, and representing the late Dale Shenian, his longtime trainer and friend, Canterbury Park HOF Francisco Bravo. Seatbelts, please. And now, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, here they come. The famous, world-renowned Budweiser Clydesdales. You are watching 8 Tons of Champions, the beautifully matched 8-horse hitch from Anheuser-Busch Brewery, driven by Scott Morrison and assisted by Brady Bardeen. Notice how effortlessly the driver handles the hitch. He holds 4 pair of reins laced through the fingers of each hand, giving him individual control of each horse. Now, each pair of horses in the hitch has a specific job to perform as part of the team. The front pair are called the lead team and are smaller and more active than others because they have to cover the most territory in a turn and do it in the fastest time. The second pair you now see on TV monitors are the swing horses. They are slightly larger than the lead horses, but are just as agile and active because of the area they have to cover in making turns. The third pair are called the body horses. They again are slightly larger than the swing pair because they have to help pull more of the load. The pair closest to the wagon, well, they are the wheel horses. They are the largest of the 4 pairs because they have to hold the wagon back while the other horses make the turn. These horses enable the hitch to make a 90-degree turn. Once again, they're called the wheel horses. The Clydesdales are extremely intelligent, beautifully mannered, and trained to perfection, and they also are exceptionally gentle, despite the fact they dwarf ordinary horses in size. The average age of these Clydesdales, 4 to 9 years of age. Their average height, 18 hands or 6 feet at shoulder height. Average weight of a Clydesdale is 2,000 pounds. Watch how the Clydesdales maneuver the wagon. They make it look like a toy. Would you believe that wagon weighs 3.5 tons? Each Clydesdale horse is made from a piece of steel 22 inches long. Now, the Clydesdale Horse Show is from a piece of steel 22.5 inches long, 1.5 inches wide, and weighs about 4 pounds. In case you've been thinking about, I don't know, getting your own Clydesdale hitch, you might be interested to know the harness alone costs well more than $80,000. It's all handmade and decorated extensively with brass ornamentation. While on the road, the Budweiser Clydesdales travel as a caravan in 3 tractor trailers. Each van, 45 feet long and about 8 feet wide. In the 2-horse vans, all the stalls face forward and are arranged so the horses can't be thrown off balance. The third van is used to transport the huge brass-trimmed wagon, portable stalls, and other necessary equipment. The Dalmatian dog sitting on the wagon is the official mascot of the hitch. He goes everywhere the team goes, and that takes in about 30,000 miles a year. The dog, the Dalmatian's name, is Bud. Now, you're seeing a high spot of a bygone era. The Budweiser Clydesdales in all their glory, just the way your grandparents perhaps would remember them. Let's give these Clydesdales and those associated with them a Canterbury Park round of applause. They are the champion of champions.
All right, welcome back out to the paddock as we get set for the final 6 races tonight. This is a non-festival stakes race. This is just a really good allowance race for Minnesota bred. 7.5 furlongs on the grass. As you can see by the wagering, very competitive. And it's the race that leads into race 6, which will start the pick 5. So start getting those pick 5s together. I want to say a special happy birthday to Karen, who's here turning 60, and Thea, who's here turning 5. Happy birthday to Karen and Thea, celebrating their birthday at Canterbury Park. We're going to handicap together. We're going to start with my top pick in the race on screen right now. Number 1, I'm going to try Gabrielle's Legend at a price for Larry Donlin. I'll get Kelsey Haar in the saddle. I think I'll get a fair price. Right now, that price is 7-1. I've talked about turf racing. It's so much about saving ground and saving energy, and I think this horse draws the perfect post to do just that. I see some speed in the race. We'll see if Gabrielle's Legend can run a career best. 1 for 20 coming in here. We're going to need all the pieces to fall together, but I'm going to trust Kelsey Haar to get us a trip. Number 2 is the other Larry Donlin horse. This is Artie Below Zero. Artie is bred by a couple of really nice turfers, including the grandsire, Artie Schiller, a Grade 1 winner, a phenomenal horse on the lawn. This horse last time out did a lot of the dirty work early, chasing very fast fractions. These splits tonight are going to be a little softer. I expect this horse to be near the pace. Doesn't need the lead. Number 3 is Midnight Royal. Bridgeman in the turf. Keep an eye on that jockey. He's as good as it gets out here. He rides for Joel Burnt. And last time out was a dirt race where he ran 5th. Before that, a turf race against Crocodile Hunter. Much tougher competition. So I think this horse is facing a field that he probably has a little more class than. He's still trying to figure things out at 1 for 12, but it is Joel Burnt, and it is Jermaine Bridgman at a price. 4 is Passing Time. Very quick horse out of the gate for Tanner Tracy. You get Erica Murray. You get a horse that's bred for the lawn. Einstein, one of the grandsires, another monster horse back in the day on turf. If this 4-horse gets loose, look out. Number 5 is Arvu's Taboo, the bug boy Barrios Lopez for Westerman. Last time out, broke the maiden and did so stylishly, winning off by over 6 lengths. Now gets tested for class, looks good down here in the walking ring. Arvu's Taboo is a big price with those purple silks. 6 is Superstats Dave selection. The tip sheet guru likes West Island, and from talking to Dave, he made a good point. This horse is exiting back-to-back stakes races. Back in against Allowance Company, a nice workout. Interesting tout from a very good handicapper. And I think Dave and his followers are betting this horse had a morning line of 9-2. You're not going to get that right now, 2-1 and favored. 7 is Angel of Attack. Put Roman in the saddle for Joel Burnt. Another horse that comes off a maiden win. It was on the turf. It was a solid, gritty win. Certainly one of the top contenders is the 7. And Paul Allen's tout is the 8, Color Me Legendary. Outside attack post, Valerie Lund, and Salt of the Earth, Mr. Patience in the saddle, Lindy Wade, who's so very good. Very, very fun race to handicap. Allowance, 7.5 furlongs on the grass. Don't forget, the pick 5 starts in race 6. Start building your tickets. We've got another half of the race card after this one. Good luck cashing your bets in the 5th. Angela and I will be back to take you through another great stakes race in about 25 minutes. Good luck.
Sir Leonard Diker brings them onto the track. Then a firm turf course for the 5th. Number 7, Angel of Attack, is picked up by Constantino Roman. Be to the gate about 5 minutes from now. On television monitors now, Angel of Attack, trained by Joel Burnt. The groom, Juan Clydesdale, doing excellent work with Angel of Attack. Thus, this gelding is our Fasig-Tipton best turned out for race 5. Friends and family of the late Alex Conchari are gathered in the winner's circle for this race, the Alex Conchari Memorial.
Kid from Friday Night Star and Fireman Oscar rolls into third, but it's 4 consecutive wins for Hot Shot Kid. He's the Hot Shot on the 4th of July. Got even smarter, Hot Shot Kid. The Derby is awesome, and so is Hot Shot Kid. He's won 5 in a row. He's the Derby champion. Secret Someone has the lead, and the secret's out of the bag. Secret Someone makes her daddy AP Indy proud on Father's Day. She's the Lady Canterbury champion. Side of that, the long shot Glassado, Tonka Warrior, and Alex Conchari, the Shakopee native, has 1,000 wins. Welcome home, young man.
Alex died earlier this year. He was an accomplished jockey and a beloved member of the Canterbury Park family. He was the Shakopee Kid. Alex dreamt of being a jockey as a child, and his dream came true, following in the footsteps of his father Louis and brother Patrick. During his career, Alex won 1,044 races, 334 of them at Canterbury Park. Tonight, we celebrate the memory of the Shakopee Kid, Alex Conchari. It is now post time for race number 5. And West Island is 2-1 as they move in line. West Island out of a couple of stakes races, the Victor S. Myers and the Minnesota Derby. Passing Time, one of 3 in here, making his turf debut, along with Arvu's Taboo and West Island. Passing Time and Erica Murray have gone in. And here is Color Me Legendary at 3-1. 8 in the gate, race 5. And they're racing from the center, Arvu's Taboo in his turf debut with Daylor Barrios Lopez. They flash speed, and so does Passing Time. And Passing Time is making his turf debut. He's also trying 2 turns for the first time, and Passing Time intensifies the tempo. Arvu's Taboo right alongside that one, and they're about a length and a half clear from Angel of Attack. That one is covering up West Island, 3 lengths from the lead. Then we come to Color Me Legendary, 5th and 5 lengths from it. After that, RD Below Zero. That one is joined by Midnight Royal. And the one at the tail is Gabriel's Legend, but only 8 lengths from the front. And the front belongs to Passing Time. And Passing Time is biding his time on the lead into the far turn. Still bugged by Arvu's Taboo. 4 and 5 continue to crackle off the far turn. Angel of Attack's being shoved on, taking the circuitous route, but closing in. West Island is full of run and now aggressively splitting runners. West Island may be heading north, and West Island at 2-1 has taken the lead, putting that puffy blue shadow roll in front and kicking away. After that, Arvu's Taboo. Gabriel's Legend from last is flying. So is Color Me Legendary on the inside. West Island, Color Me Legendary, but West Island is too good and prevails. 6-8-1 in race 5. Ladies and gentlemen, please hold all tickets. We have a jockey's claim of foul. Now, this jockey's claim of foul does not involve the top 2 finishers in race 5. So 6 and 8 are clear of change. The rider aboard number 3, Midnight Royal, Jermaine Bridgemahan, is claiming he was fouled by either 1 and or 5, and the video coverage is provided on TV monitors and or the big screen in the infield. Once again, this jockey's objection, being analyzed by our track referees, the stewards, does not involve the top 2 finishers. However, 1 and 5 are under scrutiny. Number 3, Midnight Royal. The rider has the blue helmet cover and lime silks. The 1 and the 5 are the 2 in question. The 1 has the blue blinkers, rider has the red helmet cover, and the 5 Arvu's Taboo, purple silks, green helmet cover. Behind them, Midnight Royal. The track referees, the stewards, are analyzing the allegation, and we'll have an answer for you shortly. In the winner's circle, it is West Island, ridden by Harry Hernandez. West Island is owned by Suzanne Stables and the winning trainer, Tony Rengstorff. The victorious West Island is a 3-year-old chestnut gelding by Barbados from the Hennessy mare, Karen's Idol. Bred in Minnesota by Suzanne Stables. And congratulations, Suzanne Stables. That's 2 owning and breeding victories so far, Festival of Champions Day. We thank JTR Roofing for sponsorship this 2023 Festival of Champions Day. JTR Roofing is a company you can count on to get your home exterior project done right and on budget. Thank you very much, JTR Roofing. Ladies and gentlemen, number 5 has been disqualified and placed 4th behind Midnight Royal. So the top 4 finishers are 6, 8, 1, 3. Number 5, Arvu's Taboo, has been disqualified and placed 5th for taking racing room from number 3, Midnight Royal. In the estimation of our track referees, the stewards, as you will see here on television monitors, Midnight Royal is between 1 and 5, and Arvu's Taboo is going to come out right here and take racing room from Midnight Royal, who in the estimation of our judges was right up in there between 1 and 5. So because of that infraction, Arvu's Taboo has been disqualified from 4th and placed 5th behind Midnight Royal. Race number 5 is official. Coming up next, the 30th running of the Princess Elaine Minnesota Distaff Turf Championship for $75,000. No scratches, no rider changes. They'll be to the gate 20 minutes from now. Gates, race 5, and they're racing. From the center, Arvu's Taboo in his turf debut with Daylor, Barrios, Lopez. They flash speed, and so does Passing Time. And Passing Time is making his turf debut. He's also trying 2 turns for the first time, and Passing Time intensifies the tempo. Arvu's Taboo right alongside that one, and they're about a length and a half clear from Angel of Attack. That one is covering up West Island, 3 lengths from the lead. Then we come to Color Me Legendary, 5th and 5 lengths from it. After that, Artie Below Zero. That one is joined by Midnight Royal. And the one at the tail is Gabriel's Legend, but only 8 lengths from the front. And the front belongs to Passing Time. And Passing Time is biding his time on the lead into the far turn. Still bugged by Arvu's Taboo. 4 and 5 continue to crackle off the far turn. Angel of Attack's being shoved on, taking the circuitous route, but closing in. West Island is full of run and now aggressively splitting runners. West Island may be heading north, and West Island at 2-1 has taken the lead, putting that puffy blue shadow roll in front and kicking away. After that, Arvu's Taboo. Gabriel's Legend from last is flying. So is Color Me Legendary on the inside. West Island, Color Me Legendary, but West Island is too good and prevails. 6-8-1 in race 5. Hey, welcome back to the Dark Star Press Box, and I'm Paul Allen, joined by Alan Roach. Now on the KFan 9 to Noon radio show, I'll call him the Vox of all Voxes ever to Vox. He's the voice of U.S. Bank Stadium. He's also the voice of the Colorado Avalanche, Inside Ball Arena, Super Bowls, NFL Draft, and much more. Good to see you at the racetrack, man. How are you?
Good to see you, PA. Thanks for having me. This is great.
Excellent. We have a nice one coming up here. In fact, I think a proper introduction would be for you to read that.
And now, the $75,000 Princess Elaine.
Oh, can you do that again, man? I mean, that was just unbelievable. All right, 3, 2.
And now, the $75,000 Princess Elaine.
We going to win tomorrow?
Oh, Skull Vikings.
We going to batter Baker tomorrow?
Beat him up bad.
Princess Elaine, my selection here is number 3, Midnight Current, our 2022 Canterbury Park Horse of the Year. We will see what's going on with the Steam team. Angela and Kevin are in the paddock, and actually it's just Angela Herman, and they are here for what?
The $75,000 Princess Elaine.
Take it away, eh?
I don't know where I'm supposed to go from there. Thank you both for quite the introduction to the Princess Elaine and to the late pick 5. Now, that's going to start here on the turf. You did mention Midnight Current is in this group. I was down here early to try to get a scope on her because she's a high-energy 2022 Horse of the Year, but she's very much on her toes and ready for the task at hand. We'll start with the Princess Elaine field with the rail horse, Summer Fireflies. Summer Fireflies has won a couple of times this season. Last time around, she took on Open Company. Now that she's getting back in with Minnesota bred, Summer Fireflies may find this one to her liking, be able to save some ground close to the pace. She will be a good price and a better price than some of the other horses that offer the same sorts of things that she does on her resume. Summer Fireflies does need to step up her game a little bit, but that's not out of the question with the way that she's been running thus far this summer. We talk about pace in the race, and Lock It Down should be very much a part of the pace, if not setting the pace for a good part of this. She is 5'4" to be exact over this turf course, and Lock It Down has done most of that very close to the pace. Last time she was third behind Midnight Current. Lock It Down still took things along on the front end for a good part of the way then. She doesn't find a way to turn the tables on that one. Not going to be easy considering she drew right next door, but there is some speed from the outside too that could make things uncomfortable. If she decides to stay a little bit further back, she will be able to save some ground on the inside. It's just that her preferred way of going has been taking control right from the start, and I do not like the fact that Midnight Current is in between her and some of the horses to the outside that should be a part of the pace, but she's adaptable enough where they can really be wherever Harry Hernandez would like. She's 1-5 at the moment. My goodness, she's 1-5. Okay. Midnight Current is looking to win her 3rd in a row. She did a couple of seconds to start the year, both of those against Open Company, including a second in the Lady Canterbury. Regal Realm has come back since that time and run pretty well. Midnight Current against Minnesota breds is very, very tough, and she did do that from just off the pace in the Minnesota Turf Distaff, kind of the springboard race that you would expect her to take to get to this spot. That was back in July, and she did beat Let's Skedaddle and Scent of Success, but I wouldn't expect this one to be run too much differently, hoping that it comes out, and obviously I'm biased towards her. I love her. She is very much on her toes. Like I said, she was separate from the rest of the horses when they all got saddled up. She just drags her handler around, but Midnight Current wins along the way too, looking for win number 10 in start number 18. Let's Skedaddle is much better value on the board from the same camp. She's 7-1 at the moment, and she too owns her lifetime scores over this course. All of them for her, though, that being 5 out of 12, and she's 5 for 22 overall. Let's Skedaddle usually comes from further off the pace. Jermaine Bridgman will be aboard her again today, and Jermaine Bridgman has been aboard her for the last 3 times. That first one was a win, and they beat Midnight Current, and they beat her on the square. Let's Skedaddle got an excellent ride and trip that day from Jermaine, and she came up ahead short. Hi, sweetie. Midnight Current tries to come my way, but I'm going to get out of hers. Let's Skedaddle comes this way, too, and she's a little bit more composed than Midnight Current. However, she has to find the way to turn the tables on that one, too. Like I mentioned, Midnight Current did beat a few of these last time around, including Scent of Success. Scent of Success should be close to the pace, and usually Scent of Success is a pretty good price, even when she takes on Open Company or Minnesota breds. Gallardo has some options from that outside draw, and this one always gives a good account of herself. I think she might be outrun to the lead, but she won't be too far behind. She shouldn't be 21-1 is the bottom line, and Scent of Success has her 4 career scores over this turf as well. Thunder's Rock and Roll, very quick filly to the outside, should be definitely keeping up, if not leading Lock It Down. We find out with these two. They're both very, very fast, but Thunder's Rock and Roll is rateable, as she showed last time around. She was setting very solid fractions up front, but she wasn't being asked to do so by Alonso Quinones. If Lindy Wade, taking over on Thunder's Rock and Roll, can keep her probably in that range. She could put in the same sort of dynamite performance that she did in the Oaks. That was an awesome effort, and it was her second win in a row, definitely heading the right direction to get back to the turf course, where again, she is 1 for 1. That was a turf sprint. We'll see if she can take it all the way. Not easy against a very, very classy bunch. Molly's Angel on the outside. Would love it if things really, really went fast early. Molly's Angel won a couple of starts ago, but it was on the dirt. She has been a touch better on the main track than she has on our turf course thus far in her career. Not out of the question, though, with that outside draw. Alonso Quinones lands here, and he has had some success on her in the past. Molly's Angel does need to dig back to find one of those turf efforts that would compete. And here, though, you get 13 to 1. That's fair enough for Molly's Angel. If you see this as a very, very quick pace, Molly's Angel will be coming. No matter where you think she lands in the vertical mix, she is a good price at 13 to 1. You have 9 minutes to bet the pick 5. If you want to bet it, it's a 50-cent minimum. It's a 10% takeout wager. You should, if you aren't already. You can do pick 3s, doubles, exactas, tries, and supers as well. And Kevin Gore, in between now and post time for the Princess Elaine, is going to talk a little pick 5 quickly. We got 9 minutes to post.
Hey, Sir Leonard Dykert with a sweet ditty, bringing the runners onto the track, then the turf course for the 30th running of the Princess Elaine, Minnesota Distaff Turf Championship, and here they are. Number 1 is Summer Fireflies, owned by David O. Hansen and trained by Bianca Candeles. The rider, Carlos Ulloa. Number 2 is Lock It Down, owned and trained by Esteban Martinez. Constantino Roman is in the irons. Harry Hernandez rides number 3, Midnight Current. That is our 2022 Horse of the Year. This one is owned by Bob Lothenbach and trained by Joe Burnt. Number 4, Let's Skedaddle, shares a home with Midnight Current, both trained by Joel Burnt and owned by Lothenbach Stables. Let's Skedaddle is ridden by Jermaine Bridgemahan. Number 5 is Scent of Success, and Eddie G. Eduardo Gallardo, racing for Nova Gratz Racing Stables and trained by Mac Robertson. This one here is our Fasig-Tipton Best Turned Out Runner for race 6. And the groom is Cesar Betancourt. Number 6 is Bob Lindgren's Thunder's Rock and Roll. The trainer, Burnell Roan. In the irons, Lindy Wade. And Alonso Quinones rides number 7, Molly's Angel. The owner, Pete Matson. The trainer, Tim Padilla. Those 7 head to the gate for the 30th running of the Princess Elaine 5 minutes from now.
All right, race fans, time to take a look at the Pick 5 ticket I've assembled here. And, of course, it's a big sequence with all these stakes races late in the card. I'm going to use the 3 and the 4 here. A lot of people are going to single the 3. If you want to pare this ticket down, Midnight Current would be my single. But I have a feeling Let's Skedaddle is going to give the barnmate all she wants in the stretch. So I'll use both the Lothenbach horses here. 4, 8, and 9 in leg 2. And then the 2-year-old race, to me, could be wide open. I'm going to use 1, 2, 5, 6, and 9. The rubber meets the road in the penultimate race. I'm going to single the 5, Cupid's Crush. I have a feeling I'm going to see Mike and Vicky McGowan back in that winner's circle. And then race 10. I mean, you could go 4, 5, 6 deep. I just wanted to put this ticket in an affordable category to keep it a $30 ticket. I used my top 2 picks in the last race, both the 1 and the 5. $30 ticket. When you walk up, you say 3, 4 with 4, 8, 9. With 1, 2, 5, 6, 9, with 5, with 1, 5. You can play my ticket. You can modify my ticket. You can play your own. But it's a 10% takeout. And a few Sundays ago, this thing paid over $30,000. So get your Pick 5s in. Ange and I will be on the turf course in about 2 minutes to tell you how they're warming up. All right, here we go with the Princess Elaine. Angela, this is your favorite horse in the grounds, Midnight Current, and I got to tell you, we've seen her all summer long. She's never looked better than she looked not only in the paddock, but warming up. Your thoughts?
I don't have the most objective thoughts in the world, but she very much looked like herself. That's what you want. Even if you see a little sweat on her, she is a very high energy sort of horse. As long as she keeps it within reason as they get towards the gate, that's just who she is, and she looks keyed up as ever to put in another big performance.
To me, the wild card in this race is the youngster Thunder's Rock and Roll. So very impressive earlier this season. This is a race that has 3 turns, so I would have to guess she uses her speed early.
Well, she might find her inner Jose Patio, who set some fast fractions and kept right on rolling. You just never know. When a fast horse gets in a zone and gets comfortable like that, they might go as far as you ask them to.
Horses now are making that final push down that tunnel to get to the gate for this turf race. And again, I am on Let's Skedaddle here. I acknowledge that if Midnight Current runs her race, my horse is probably running for second, but I think the barnmate Paul Allen has a chance, and that's the cool part of this race. Bob Lothenbach has been a huge supporter of racing in Minnesota for a long, long time, and you look at this race on paper, and everybody goes to Midnight Current. Let's not sleep on the late running Let's Skedaddle.
It's post time for the 30th running of the Princess Elaine. And the move in line, Midnight Current, is favored in the Princess Elaine. Won in 1992 by CBY Hall of Famer Northbound Pride back in the Canterbury Downs days. HOF Scott Stevens was aboard Northbound Pride. Then Luis Quinones won it with Yet the Best and Shabana. Last year, Midnight Current prevailed. Harry Hernandez, the rider. Harry guides Midnight Current, the 3-5 favorite in the 2023 Princess Elaine. Stand by. And they're racing in the Princess Elaine, and they've broken a line. Elite beginning for Thunder's Rock and Roll. Came rocking and rolling out of the gate in search of the early lead, and that lead has been usurped by Lock It Down, and Lock It Down leads with 1 lap to go, and 2 and 6 are absolutely sizzling on the early lead. They've gone 6 clear from Scent of Success, who is quite content watching this speed battle from 6 out of it to the inside of Midnight Current, looking to become the defending champion, 8 from the lead. And her stablemate, Let's Skedaddle, is next to the inside of Molly's Angel. And the one loping along in last is Summer Fireflies, about 13 from the front. Up the barn side they go on the CBY turf. And 6 and 2 travel in perfect harmony. It's Lock It Down to the inside of Thunder's Rock and Roll. They're slowing down. Right behind them, Scent of Success, covered up by Midnight Current. Let's Skedaddle is sequestered, part of that third duo, and to the inside of Molly's Angel, and Summer Fireflies is now 9 out of it. Lock It Down is languishing. Thunder's Rock and Roll grabs the lead. Midnight Current's on the move, and so is Scent of Success. Let's Skedaddle is badly blocked, and as they come to the top of the stretch, Midnight Current finds the front. Her stablemate, Let's Skedaddle, right behind her. Outside of that is Molly's Angel. Then we come to Scent of Success, but Midnight Current is on her game tonight. Midnight Current, the 2022 Horse of the Year, has gone back to back as the Princess Elaine champion. Number 3, Midnight Current, ran first. 3, 4, 7, 5 in the Princess Elaine. Race 6, the Princess Elaine, is official. We thank Tri-State Bobcat for sponsoring Festival of Champions Day, and we welcome Molly Wold to the winner's enclosure. Miss Molly is making the trophy presentation to the winning connections of the $75,000 Princess Elaine. Tri-State Bobcat, save big and head to Tri-State Bobcat for the Toro Fall Red Tag Clearance event now. Groundbreaking savings on Toro's zero turns, stand-ons, and more. Stop into Tri-State Bobcat and check out all the great deals. Into the winner's enclosure, Midnight Current and jockey Harry Hernandez. Midnight Current is owned by Bob Lothenbach and Lothenbach Stables, and the winning trainer, Joel Burnt. Midnight Current is a 5-year-old brown mare by Midnight Loot from the Tis Now mare, Sharp Current. The winner, Midnight Current, was bred in Minnesota by Bob Lothenbach. The 7th begins our final pick 4 Festival of Champions Day. It's a 50-cent wager, and it's on a firm turf course. Scratch number 1, Strabella. Post time for the 7th, just 20 minutes from now. To the winner's enclosure, KG is with JB.
Top trainer here at the park, Joel Burnt, and it's got to be something special to work with a horse like Midnight Current. She's now 5. She's won 10 of 18. What separates her? Because there are a lot of good horses in your barn, but this is a great racehorse.
She has a tremendous amount of talent on the turf. It's a privilege to have her in the barn, and being a Minnesota bred just makes her that much more special.
You train for a lot of great owners, but Bob Lothenbach puts an awful lot of money in the game and loves racing at Canterbury. You run 1-2 here for Bob. What does that mean to your stable?
It means everything. Bob's a great owner. He supports not only Minnesota racing, but the thoroughbred industry as a whole with breeding and foaling and sale purchases. And I'm just privileged to train for him.
I love watching great jockeys and trainers battle all season long for titles. Mac Robertson, a legend here. You're becoming one. What does this day, though, mean to all you guys as trainers when we know it's all about Minnesota racing?
Well, I always said it's the Breeders' Cup for us. It's our Breeders' Cup, and it's our day to shine and to show the talent we have in the barn.
Congratulations. You've done quite well with your talent.
Thank you.
Joel Burnt at Midnight Current. Classy indeed at 1-5, and it looked way too easy today in that stakes race.
racing in the Princess Elaine, and they've broken a line. Elite beginning for Thunder's Rock and Roll. Came rocking and rolling out of the gate in search of the early lead, and that lead has been usurped by Lock It Down, and Lock It Down leads with 1 lap to go, and 2 and 6 are absolutely sizzling on the early lead. They've gone 6 clear from Scent of Success, who is quite content watching this speed battle from 6 out of it to the inside of Midnight Current, looking to become the defending champion, 8 from the lead. And her stablemate, Let's Skedaddle, is next to the inside of Molly's Angel, and the one loping along in last is Summer Fireflies, about 13 from the front. Up the barn side they go on the CBY turf, and 6 and 2 travel in perfect harmony. It's Lock It Down to the inside of Thunder's Rock and Roll. They're slowing down. Right behind them, Scent of Success, covered up by Midnight Current. Let's Skedaddle is sequestered, part of that third duo, and to the inside of Molly's Angel, and Summer Fireflies is now 9 out of it. Lock It Down is languishing. Thunder's Rock and Roll grabs the lead. Midnight Current's on the move, and so is Scent of Success. Let's Skedaddle is badly blocked, and as they come to the top of the stretch, Midnight Current finds the front. Her stablemate, Let's Skedaddle, right behind her. Outside of that is Molly's Angel. Then we come to Scent of Success, but Midnight Current is on her game tonight. Midnight Current, the 2022 Horse of the Year, has gone back to back as the Princess Elaine champion.
The Princess Elaine goes the way of Midnight Current. Very impressive performance on her part. That started the late pick 5. We do have a late pick 4 coming up, and that starts with a scratch. Take out the 1 Strawbella. We will be on the turf course going 7.5. And we start now with the new rail horse, Diggs 1. She inherits the rail, that is, off a 5th place finish against this sort of company. But prior to that had broke her maiden, did so by a nose. That was a good stretch battle with Cookie Berry that day. Diggs 1 typically comes from off the pace, and there should be a decent amount of it in here, you'd think. Diggs 1, regardless of whether you like her on top, is still 6-1 and a very usable horse in all the slots with verticals. She looks good down here tonight, too. Looked very energetic, trying to pick up win number 2. She's on Easy Street right next door, has lots of experience over this turf course. She has hit the board in 4 of 7, in fact, at the exacta in 4 of 7, and she is 12-1 on the board right now. Needs to turn back the clock a touch to the beginning of the season when she put in a good 2nd place finish. Since then, things haven't gone the same, but she is bouncing around on her toes. I mean, that's after 10 starts this year. She's on Easy Street, none the worse for wear, and a much better value than Harlow's Harmony next door. These two should be in a similar spot early in the race, but Harlow's Harmony, not nearly as many starts to her. She is 1 for 4 at this point, and that 1 win did come on the main track. It was going 1 turn, and she showed in speed in most of her starts since that time, including that last 2nd place finish on the turf. Anna Lee just ran her off her feet a little bit that day, but she was dueling for a bit. She couldn't keep up in the later stages of things, but they do give her more ground to work with. Could be a very good combination with her early speed, and she is 8-5 at the moment to stretch them out and take them all the way. Roundabout next door probably won't be anywhere close to the pace, but she is coming out of 1-turn races. When she was going 2 turns on the turf, primarily down of Tampa in recent times, she was coming from pretty far off the pace. She did stay a little closer earlier in her career in New York, but this one has established a bit more of a closing kick in those 2 1-turn races, and Roundabout right now is 6-1. That's also the price on Sunshine Fever, the selection of Paul Allen. I wouldn't expect her to be too far behind at any point in the early going. She took on 7.5 2 starts ago. She ran behind Summer Fireflies, who we just saw in the Princess Elaine, but she was only beaten a few lengths. Sunshine Fever just needs to figure out a way to get clear and or comfortable on the front end, and there were a good amount of horses that have the same brand of speed that she does. Miss Carmen Sebo, one of those. She did go on a pretty slow crawl on the early lead on July 15th, the day she broke her maiden. But last time they made her go a little faster earlier, and Miss Carmen Sebo couldn't hold up in the lane, and Midnight Lane did catch her that day. Still, Miss Carmen Sebo does have the outside running of most of the pace setters in here. That could be very helpful, and Miss Carmen Sebo might be able to relax a touch early and save more for the stretch than she did last time around at 13-1. I'm going to take Burnt Match in here. Burnt Match is going to go back to the turf, and that's where she debuted last summer for the Tomlinson barn. She did run 8th, but hey, I mean, it was only her first race. She was 3 then. A whole lot's changed, and now she looks like a more mature, strong horse than she was back then. Maybe towards the outside, she could stay in close contact and make her debut around 2 turns on turf, a winning one. Anna, on the outside, comes from pretty far out of things, but she does usually, I don't know, get herself in a good position by the head of the stretch. You can see her tactics in those turf races have varied greatly. She took a field wire to wire going kind of slow in June, then came from further off, then stayed mid-pack last time. I guess what he decides to do is at his disposal, that being Lindy Wade. She's 5-1. She has the outside running, so he has options with 7 minutes to post. If you want to do doubles, pick 4s, supers, tries, or exactas, you're in luck. They're all available in the 7th race, and they head out to the track now. Real quick, before we get to the 7th, I have a pick 4 ticket that I put up on the screen, and there it is. Harlow's Harmony and Burnt Match. Burnt Match is my top pick in here, but I did go 5 deep in the Northern Lights Futurity, as you can see. Maybe trying to beat Johnny Beat Ghani. It's not going to be an easy task, but I thought that I would take some different styles and approach with that one in race number 9. Scratch the top pick, Clickbait. I'm left with She's My Warrior and Charlie's Penny. I know it's going to be tough to beat Cupid's Crush, but I thought I had to give it a shot. Close things out in race number 10. Some more maidens going 5 furlongs with 1, 4, and 5. Another scratch for me in there, but we'll see if that $30 ticket can yield us hundreds, maybe thousands. We'll find out in a minute how it begins.
It is now post time for the 7th race as they move in line. The 6-5 favorite, Harlow's Harmony. Diggs 1, she's on Easy Street, Harlow's Harmony. They've gone in. Anna, the last in for the Ellenbecker. And they're racing. Square beginnings for all, and Burnt Match comes out on fire. Miss Carmen Sebo also flashing speed at 16-1, and the leaders are going quickly as they corner for the first time, and Burnt Match and Erica Murray have taken the lead and run away by 5. After that, it's Sunshine Fever. The rider has the patriotic colors, 8 lengths behind this tearaway leader, Burnt Match, and at 4-1, Burnt Match is trying to go wire to wire. After that, Harlow's Harmony, 10 lengths from the front to the outside of the gray roundabout. Then a significant gap back to Anna, who is 3rd last. She's on Easy Street, 2nd last. And Diggs 1 can see them all from about 20 lengths out of it. Into the far turn, and Burnt Match continues to sizzle. Burnt Match 6 over the 6, Sunshine Fever. After that, it is Miss Carmen Sebo. Harlow's Harmony is wide, but beginning to range in. Then it's roundabout. Anna's closing fast from 8 out of it. Then it's a conspicuous gap to She's on Easy Street. Diggs 1 is running on in search of a Shakopee version of a Minneapolis Miracle. Into the final furlong. Burnt Match is doing the moonwalk, slowing down. Sunshine Fever is taking aim to the outside. Anna's also closing very fast, but it's Sunshine Fever. Get that ray of sunshine in the winner's circle. 6 and a photo in race 7. The numbers 6, 8, 9, 5. Unofficial. Seventh official. Into the winner's circle, it is Sunshine Fever. That's 4 victories. Festival of Champions Day for Harry Hernandez. The winning owners, Winchester Place Thoroughbreds, and the winning trainer, Tony Rengstorff. Sunshine Fever is a 4-year-old brown filly by Ford Every Stream out of the Fusaichi Pegasus mare, Feverish Fight. This victorious filly was bred in Minnesota by Tony and Robert Bunting. The payoffs for race number 7. The 8th race is the $100,000 Northern Lights Futurity. Scratch number 8, West Dakota. This one begins the pick 3 on the final 3 live races today. And post time for the 8th is about 7:50. We thank Kim Crawford Wines for sponsorship of Festival of Champions Day, and also Constellation Brands. Racing, square beginnings for all, and Burnt Match comes out on fire. Miss Carmen Sebo also flashing speed at 16-1, and the leaders are going quickly as they corner for the first time, and Burnt Match and Erica Murray have taken the lead and run away by 5. After that, it's Sunshine Fever. The rider has the patriotic colors, 8 lengths behind this tearaway leader, Burnt Match, and at 4-1, Burnt Match is trying to go wire to wire. After that, Harlow's Harmony, 10 lengths from the front to the outside of the gray roundabout. Then a significant gap back to Anna, who is 3rd last. She's on Easy Street, 2nd last. And Diggs 1 can see them all from about 20 lengths out of it. Into the far turn, and Burnt Match continues to sizzle. Burnt Match 6 over the 6, Sunshine Fever. After that, it is Miss Carmen Sebo. Harlow's Harmony is wide, but beginning to range in. Then it's roundabout. Anna's closing fast from 8 out of it. Then it's a conspicuous gap to She's on Easy Street. Diggs 1 is running on in search of a Shakopee version of a Minneapolis Miracle. Into the final furlong. Burnt Match is doing the moonwalk, slowing down. Sunshine Fever is taking aim to the outside. Anna's also closing very fast, but it's Sunshine Fever. Get that ray of sunshine in the winner's circle. 6 and a photo in race 7. Well, let's see who the jewel of the Northern Lights Futurity is. Welcome back to the Dark Star Press Box. It's your announcer, Paul Allen. Excited to not only call this race with a bunch of talented 2-year-olds, but specifically see what number 9 Frosty View does. That's currently the 9-5 favorite, defeated last time by the Gugasberg family's Johnny Bigani, who I just met in the paddock, and they're super excited to watch this 2 run. But the 9 catches the eye, not only because he is a gorgeous shade of gray, but his rider Harry Hernandez is looking for a high 5, as in 5 festival victories. Can he get it? Let's find out with 2/3 of the Steam team, KG and Angela.
Yeah, thanks, Paul. This is such a great race. As Ange, we looked at these races all week long. This one looked, bar none, to be the best betting race of the weekend. Love the 2-year-olds. Love the idea that it doesn't matter what they've done. It's about projecting what they're going to do tonight. And I think if you use that angle handicapping, this thing could be any kind of number if you hit the try or super.
Yeah, and as we saw earlier in the debutante, you do get a couple of maybe like waves of maidens. Some of the ones that broke the maiden very early, maybe going 4.5, and some that took more time, possibly more starts, and got some more recency to them. So I might have taken an angle that you didn't, but who do you like in here, and exactly why?
Well, you know, I respect your 1. I think the 1 is a very sneaky try and super player. I'm going to use this horse all of my tickets, but I fell in love with the 5, Superstar Swank. And listen, I'm a Mac Robertson guy. I always have been, and I think his horses are trained and raced to peak when it matters most. And this is certainly a night that they've been pointing to. The debut was super nice. And I think the fact that Eduardo Gallardo won a race on Johnny Bigani for another top trainer in Joel Burnt and ends up here says something. Now, I get it. Hard for him to say no to Mac, but he ends up here, and he rode the 2, and the 2 ran a huge race last time. But I don't think 5-2 is a fair price right now. I think in this race, because of the balance in this race, you want to shop for some value.
I would agree with that, and at least if you like one of those horses, if you like a Frosty View or you do like a Superstar Swank, maybe take one or the other and incorporate them into your plays instead of using both of them, because both of them together will drain the value of anything that they come in on. But the outside horse Frosty View is your current 9-5 favorite. This was Paul Allen's selection. This is that possibility for 5 for Harry, and Frosty View showed a lot of speed at first asking, didn't get out of the gate so great, but I'm sure a big step forward for him here.
No question, and that's kind of the idea. We're going to project who's going to step up. I think the 2, Johnny Bigani, second-time blinkers. It is Joel Burnt. I think this horse is going to get forgotten in the wagering. I think the money is all pouring in on the 9 right now, and I get it with the 9, but the 9's still a maiden. And the 2 beat the 9 last time. And say what you want, I'm getting 6 or 7 to 1 right now on the 2, and the 9 is below 2 to 1. It's a no-brainer for me. I'm going to build my exactas and tries keying the 5. I'm going to use the 1 and 2 primarily as my prices around it.
Right, and if you'd like Johnny Bigani that night, even if you liked Frosty View, one of the reasons to like Johnny Bigani would be the fact that he had experience on some of the competition. And even though Frosty View has that 1 race, now some of these have 2. They still have that edge at this point in their careers, and it can make a big difference. So if you're looking for somebody with a little bit more to them, that is at a good price. I can't blame you for that, because I like a horse that hasn't run since late July.
Yeah, and another horse that you mentioned, and we've talked about Matt Williams a lot together on the mic this season. The horse is a little rambunctious here in the paddock, but it's a maiden with a shot. Looks great physically. Mo Mesa, this is another sneaky trifecta player in the 6.
Right, and you have some very classy Minnesota breds in the family tree of this one, but they tended to be a little better as the distances got longer. I mean, they're adaptable, and he's a son of Sky Mesa. He's supposed to be a decent 2-year-old, even if he has some growing to do and some maturing to do. I'm sure there's bigger things for him down the road, but he showed enough at first asking where I think he belongs in this bunch.
No question. He fits. He looks unbelievably cool down here physically. Awesome coat, good muscle. I got to tell you, for a bunch of 2-year-olds that have barely ever raced, this is quite a collection. They have been on their best behavior for the most part. There's a huge crowd down here. That tells me we're going to get a heck of a race, and that's what I want to see.
Yeah, and that's what, when I talked to Richard Grunder earlier, he said the same thing about this group. It is very, very hard to narrow down. He said 7 of the 10 could win. I can't disagree with him, but we'll find out in 9 minutes who is going to be the next Northern Lights Futurity champion, and I will be having a chat with those connections. If you want to bet this 8th race, pick 3s, doubles, exactas, tries, and supers are all on that wagering menu. It's an excellent vertical sort of race, and it's track bound. They'll take off for the Futurity in 9 minutes.
Indeed, the call to the post by Sir Leonard Dykert brings the 2-year-olds onto the track for the $100,000 Northern Lights Futurity, and here they are. Number 1 is Pete Matson's General Battle Axe. This one is trained by Tim Padilla. In the irons, Alonso Quinones. Number 2, Johnny B. Ghani, owned by Jack Gugasberg and trained by Joel Burnt. Adamar Santos with the call. And number 3 is Out of the Dark, owned by Pete Matson and Tim Padilla. Tim trains, and Constantino Roman is in the irons. Erica Murray handles number 4, Hat Trick Jack, for owner Eric Berg and trainer Troy Bethke. Number 5 is Superstar Swank, and Eduardo Gallardo, for owner John Mentz and trainer Mac Robertson. This is also our Fasig-Tipton Best Turned Out for Race 8, and Superstar Swank is groomed impeccably by Hector Betancourt. Gary and Brenda Bergsrud on number 6, Mo Mesa. Mo Mesa is trained by Matt Williams. In the irons, Daylor Barrios Lopez. Izzy. Israel Hernandez rides number 7, Mach 2, for Barry and Joni Butzo, the trainer, Mike Beeler. Number 9, Frosty View, and Harry Hernandez. Frosty View is owned by Lothenbach Stables and trained by Joel Burnt. And number 10 is B&D Thoroughbreds. I Wish I Could. Mike Beeler trains. Lindy Wade rides. Those 9 go to the gate for the 39th running of the Northern Lights Futurity, and they take off about 5 minutes from now. With the Northern Lights Futurity, we thank Continental Diamond in St. Louis Park for sponsorship, and we welcome Kate Cooey, the marketing director for Continental Diamond, to the racetrack. And Kate will make the trophy presentation to the winning connections of the Northern Lights Futurity. Steam Teamers heading to the finish line, which means we're just 3 minutes to post time. 3 minutes. In search of some Northern Lights Futurity steam? Well, let's head down to the finish line. KG and Angela are on the scene.
This is where history is going to be made. We're on the finish line. One of these 2-year-olds, Angie, is going to stamp themselves as best in show for this year and maybe the favorite for next year's Minnesota Derby. Your thoughts?
Yeah, I would think that some of these would want to go a little bit further, and watching them warm up on the track, like you mentioned in the walking ring, they're being professionals when they're out here. I'd say Mo Mesa did catch my eye. For a 22-to-1 shot, you could do worse. I mean, he looks really good on the track, and he can pass horses. A lot of speed in here, but a lot of talent to go with it. They will be hard to run down on the front end, including Frosty View.
Yeah, Frosty View, I thought, warmed up as good as anybody out here. This horse has taken money all the way through the wagering. Like Angie, I thought Mo Mesa was an eye catcher. I'm still on the 5, even though the horse continues to go down in odds. But don't sleep on Angela's 1. That horse might be a horse that loves longer distances, Paul. And this, to me, at 6 furlongs, is kind of a preview into what lies ahead. Special race.
And it's race time. Into the gate for the 39th running of the Northern Lights Futurity. Our signature 2-year-old race for the boys. First one in 1985, the first year of racing in Minnesota. Cherokee Prince scored it at Canterbury Downs for trainer Penny Lewis. It's Bob's Business. Won it for Bob Lothenbach and Joel Burnt last year. In fact, Bob and Joel have won this race 3 years in a row. With Sneaky Diversion, Love the Nest, and It's Bob's Business. And they're racing in the 39th Northern Lights Futurity. And a host of 2-year-old baby boys have come out of the gate quickly, but none as quick as Frosty View, who takes the lead and leads it by a neck. Johnny B. Ghani, the stablemate, comes cruising up to the inside, and the Burnt Runners have opened up 2.5 on Superstar Swank, who's being pushed on for run by Eddie G, taken to the outside. Then we come to General Battle Axe, about 5 out of it. That one's to the inside of I Wish I Could. Then it's Mo Mesa wide, 7 lengths from the lead, 2.5, 3 clear from Mach 2. That one's to the inside of Hat Trick Jack, second last, and the one in last is Out of the Dark, beginning to run on. 13 covers them around about the quarter pole, and Frosty View is trying to give them the slip. It's Frosty View from Johnny B. Ghani, who beat him last time. Between runners, General Battle Axe is firing. That one's to the inside of Superstar Swank. Frosty View is giving them the view of a backside that's going to head into the winner's circle as the Northern Lights Futurity champion. It's a high 5 for Harry. That's 5 festival wins. 9, Frosty View first. 9, 1, 2, 5. In 112.33, results are unofficial. Kate Cooey, welcome back to the winner's enclosure. Kate is the marketing director for Continental Diamond in St. Louis Park, continentaldiamond.com. And Kate will be making the trophy presentation to the winning connections of the Northern Lights Futurity, which is official. The 10-cent superfecta, $63. 6-9 double, $24.90. Pick 4, $67.90. Exacta, $39.10. 50-cent trifecta, $140.10. A 2-to-1 shop prevails. The 9th race is the Bella Notte Minnesota Distaff Sprint Championship, scratch number 1, clickbait, no superfecta wagering. Frosty View turned the tables on his stablemate, who ran 3rd, and is the 2023 Northern Lights Futurity champion. Here comes Frosty View to the winner's circle momentarily. And ladies and gentlemen, how about a round of applause for jockey Harry Hernandez? That's 5 victories on Festival Day. Well done, big boy. That's a high 5 for Harry. And Frosty View to the winner's circle, the winning owner, Bob Lothenbach. And the winning trainer is Joel Burnt. For Bob and Joel, this is the 4th consecutive year they've won this race. Sneaky Diversion, Love the Nest, It's Bob's Business, and now Frosty View. A 2-year-old brown gelding by Frosted from the hard-spun mare Claire View. And Frosty View was bred in Minnesota by Mr. Bob Lothenbach. Harry got 5, at least. He's in the winner's circle with Angela.
Exactly, Paul. Thank you. You know, when we talked to you the first time, it was after 1 with Jose Patio. Now 4 in a row and 5 total later. You bring Frosty View in to break his maiden in the Northern Lights Futurity. What did Joel tell you about him before the race?
Well, Joe told me that last time she had an off break, he took her to the gates like 2 or 3 times. He took her a couple of times. And he told me she should break a lot better, and which she did. And then he told me play the break, get it from there. So when she broke, I looked at the inside. He broke them. So I was like, let me just stay outside until I get him in the bed. And he just took me. He didn't look like a 2-year-old today. He did everything perfect. As soon as I asked him in the stretch and hit him left-handed, he just started running again. It was perfect for him.
Yeah, it looked like a pretty perfect run, especially towards the end. Really drew away again. But I have to ask, I mean, Kevin talked to you after Jose Patio. Now that you do have 5 wins tonight and 4 straight and your family's here tonight, is it possible to even put it into words how you're feeling right now?
I don't know how to explain it. It's just amazing, honestly. The night's over. I'm going to go for a nice dinner, enjoy my family, enjoy this day. I have to say thank you to every trainer that's for the opportunity. Joe Burner for the 2 stays, Mike Bueller, and Tony for the wins today. And I'm grateful. I'm grateful, and I'm doing what Scott Stevens tells me. Just go out there and have fun. You know what you're doing. That makes me feel better. So.
Oh, congratulations to you on this one. The past 4, there's still 2 races to go. Yeah, there's still more opportunity. So maybe we'll see you in here again. But congratulations to you. Give him another round of applause. This is very, very difficult to do, and it's a big night to do it. Congratulations, Harry.
Appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Frosty View, start 2, win 1 in the Northern Lights Futurity.
And they're racing in the 39th Northern Lights Futurity. And a host of 2-year-old baby boys have come out of the gate quickly, but none as quick as Frosty View, who takes the lead and leads it by a neck. Johnny B. Ghani, the stablemate, comes cruising up to the inside, and the Burnt Runners have opened up 2.5 on Superstar Swank, who's being pushed on for run by Eddie G, taken to the outside. Then we come to General Battle Axe, about 5 out of it. That one's to the inside of I Wish I Could. Then it's Mo Mesa, wide, 7 lengths from the lead, 2.5, 3 clear from Mach 2. That one's to the inside of Hat Trick Jack, second last, and the one in last is Out of the Dark, beginning to run on. 13 covers them around about the quarter pole, and Frosty View is trying to give them the slip. It's Frosty View from Johnny B. Ghani, who beat him last time. Between runners, General Battle Axe is firing. That one's to the inside of Superstar Swank. Frosty View is giving them the view of a backside that's going to head into the winner's circle as the Northern Lights Futurity champion. It's a high 5 for Harry. That's 5 festival wins. The Bella Notte Minnesota Distaff Sprint Championship is next, and there are several great storylines here. One, Charlie's Penny. What happened the last two? Will there be a bounce back? The bettors so far in the win pool say yes. Charlie's Penny is 2-1. Cupid's Crush going this distance. Can Cupid crush them and do so as a heavy favorite? That one will be favored. And number 3, It's Her Time, who shares a home with Cupid's Crush. Well, this one is ridden by Harry, and he's looking for his 6th Festival of Champions victory. We're 11 minutes from post time. Let's go down to the paddock and handicap the Bella Notte Minnesota Distaff Sprint Championship.
Yeah, and Angela, so many great storylines. And one thing Paul didn't mention is the 2 Saint Serena, who I believe has a puncher's chance here. She is ultra fast. She's as game comes. If you go back and watch that last race, she ran as well as a horse can run without winning. And I get it, right? Cupid's Crush is my pick. I love the horse. She's quick. But I think the 2 is as fast as any horse in here early. And if she could somehow work out a trip where she can get loose, I think this 2 has a legitimate shot. So top to bottom, there are storylines thick in this stakes race.
Well, and I think that you can look up and down these, kind of like the earlier rendition, the boys' version of the Sprint and the Croc Rock, and you don't have a bunch of one-trick ponies. So you have to really map it out in your mind down to the specifics, because they don't need any one sort of trip. They don't need any one sort of position anywhere, really. I mean, they can run inside or outside or wherever, and that's why you get the board that you get. But you get 9-5 on Cupid's Crush. Now, they're good at adding blinkers. She's worked very well in the blinkers. I think he's won with his last 3 adding blinkers in a Minnesota-bred sprint. But when it comes to this festival race, 3-year-olds have only won it 4 times out of 28 runnings. It just tends to go the way of some of the older fillies and mares. Maybe it's the tail end of their 3-year-old campaign that can get testing. Maybe it's just the acid test against the older horses. But I did try to beat her in here, and I know it's not going to be an easy thing. No, she's a special 3-year-old. And to your point, I think you've got to be extra special to get the job done. I like the change of equipment. She was erratic in the stretch last time. I don't think she wanted to go that far. I think she'll be better back sprinting. But the 2 is a legitimate problem. And I think the horse that might get lost in the shuffle, even though the horse might end up being second choice, is Charlie's Penny. Because if you ran this race a few months ago, she might have been 3-5, and she's going to get a fast pace. And Joel Burnt, by the way, he's having another great night on festival night. So to me, as I look at the race, don't forget about the Big Gray. I don't know if she's been forgotten about. She's the second choice at the moment. Let's be honest. She'd be 3-5 if they ran this race a couple months ago. She's gone off form, and people are trying to beat her. I'm trying to give more of a tip of the cap to her competition rather than it being a statement on her. Cupid's Crush just threw up her hind legs a little bit, throwing in a kick for good measure. She's feeling good, as is her stablemate. And we just see Saint Serena, big giant Saint Serena, come back behind us. And everybody, I'm getting a look at everybody around here, pretty much on their toes. She's my warrior, very mellow, but she is my top pick in here, and she's my warriors on the cutback. Do you think that this filly can sit just off the pace, or do you think that she gets herself embroiled in a duel that may undo her and Saint Serena? She's not going to win in the front end unless there are other horses in this race that don't break sharp. I think Saint Serena's fast early. I think Cupid's Crush is fast early, but I do think she's trackable. And I know she wired them last time, but I do think at 5-1, this 4-horse is a super interesting betting proposition, because I think she's good enough to sit just a length or 2 back. And if the 2 and the 5 end up going eyeball to eyeball around that far turn, she's going to get the jump on the closers. And that's a big, big way to win in races on the dirt at Canterbury. So, yeah, I think she's got a shot. And, again, Harry Hernandez, he is the story so far tonight. He's looking for his 6th win. I don't think this 3 would be 4-1 if it wasn't for the incredible night that Double H is having. But let's not forget, this guy's a rock star. He's going to win back-to-back riding titles, and the way he's riding tonight, he might be worth a length or 2. And she's pretty quick, too, so if Saint Serena decides that she wants to get out there and get clear and try to slow things down, I don't think It's Her Time is going to let that happen. And maybe the other 2 to her outside, not Charlie's Penny necessarily. I think that they'll keep everything honest up front. I would picture this being a pretty honest pace. I don't know if it'll be sizzling, and that is what led me to She's My Warrior. I mean, I'd like it at 6.5. Maybe they would too, but I think that she's still in the right spot at the right time, and I'm going to try to pull a mild upset in here. Final stakes race on the card. 2 more races to go. The late doubles right here, and I cannot wait to talk to my dear friend Gretchen Eaton, owner of Bella Notte, who this race is named for. We'll be out in the winner's circle in a few minutes. Really classy rendition. Can the 3-year-old get it done? She's favored against her elders. Angela made a great point. The trends don't favor her. Could it be the old gray back in form, or could it be somebody else? Harry Hernandez for 6. The stories are unbelievable. The race is going to be a humdinger. It is
a Festival of Champions moment in time. Get your bets in and enjoy the late daily double right here at Canterbury Park.
Lynn Dykert's call to the post brings the runners onto the track for the 8th race, beginning Dr. Dan's late double. Make that the 9th race. Beginning Dr. Dan's late double, it's the Bella Notte, 29th running. Here they are. Number 2 is St. Serena, ridden by Constantino Roman. For Cheryl Sprick and Richard Bramer, Mike Beeler trains. And this is our Fasig-Tipton best turned out runner for the 9th, Heather Davis. Excellent, excellent work with St. Serena. Linda Bush owns number 3, It's Her Time, for trainer Mac Robertson, the jockey Harry Hernandez. Alonzo Quinones handles number 4, She's My Warrior, for owners Pete Matson and Tim Padilla. Tim Padilla trains. Number 5 is Cupid's Crush, and Eduardo Gallardo for Vicky McGowan's Extreme Racing and trainer Mac Robertson. Joel Burnt trains number 6, Charlie's Penny, for Lothenbach Stables, the rider Lindy Wade. That quintet heads to the gate to go 3/4 of a mile for $75,000. It's the 29th Bella Notte Minnesota Distaff Sprint Championship. 5 minutes. Bella Notte is opened up by 2. Thanks for the tip. Better get going to catch Bella Notte. She's under a triple hammerlock as they head for home. It's Bella Notte leading it by 3. Thanks for the tip is next. Then we come to long shot Dixie Princess. 8th pole, it's Bella Notte and Derek Bell. Derek's well on his way to his 6th win in the Distaff Sprint Championship. And Bella Notte is gone. Bella Notte wins the Distaff Sprint Championship.
I'd love to have those days back.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, a very special lady here, a Canterbury Park Hall of Famer, Gretchen Eaton. That's a horse that we'll all remember forever. And even though your driver's license says your birthday is in December, I know that when it's Minnesota Festival of Champions, this is your real birthday.
That's true. I had my 60th birthday here several years ago, and we had 2 horses running that day. One of them was Bella Notte, The other one was Suddenly Silver. And of course, it was wonderful because Suddenly Silver ran and won first in one of the festival races, and then Bella ran and won the third time of this race. So
I remember my first year on the job interviewing you about breeding and owning a Minnesota bred and winning on festival day, and you broke down and cried. You were in tears, and it hit me how important this day is. For the fans out here that maybe are new to Canterbury and picking up on the vibe tonight of what a special night this is, if you breed horses in Minnesota, what does Festival of Champions really mean?
well, this is just like, it's like watching your kid in the school play or going for the Academy Awards. I mean, it's you spend so much time with them, raising them. We bred our own horses, we foaled out our own horses. So we spent a lot of time raising them, watching them grow, going through injuries with them, and just all the heartbreak and all the happiness with them. So it just means a lot. So.
And here we are celebrating Bella Notte, this race in her honor. She won this race back in the day 3 times. What made her so extraordinary?
I don't know. I mean, she obviously had the nick of breeding, but she always was just a very competitive filly. She was very easy to be around, but she just always had that nick of making it look easy when she ran in the pasture, ran in the, at the track. She didn't run, she only ran once as a 2-year-old and ran second. And her first win, she won as a 3-year-old her first time out. And she had her share of seconds, thirds off the board. But she just did a real good job for us, and we were really proud of her. She was a fun horse to watch. She made it look easy. It's not always that easy.
No, it's not. You're going to present the trophy for your horse tonight in the Bella Notte, and we have a last-second handicap as the horses warm up. We're going to head to the finish line right now to Miss Angela Herman.
Thanks, Kevin. I am down at the finish line and kind of got a view of them warming up back there. And I will say, for the most part, there were some aggressive warm-ups going on. So I wouldn't expect anybody to be that far off the pace. I think that's Charlie's Penny that might be milling around there too. But everybody getting their mounts nice and warmed up and ready to probably go after the pace, so nobody gets real comfortable up there, including St. Serena on the inside, who I'm advised looks just great, had a little rinse beforehand. But it is kind of chilly out here. So if you see anybody that's getting unduly riled up, and I haven't seen it yet, you can see anybody on screen still managing it very well. It has cooled off just a touch, so should be absolutely perfect. And anything that I've seen on track would not deter my selection if it is yours. We're getting very close to post. These fillies are headed towards the gate, and they're headed towards the gate quick. You got less than a minute to get your wagers in for the Minnesota Distaff Sprint.
It is now post time for the 9th race, the Bella Notte Minnesota Distaff Sprint Championship. Cupid's Crush, 6-5 in favor. She's My Warrior goes in. Charlie's Penny goes in. And they're racing in the Bella Notte, and they've broken a line. Charlie's Penny is the gray on the wide side, popped very nicely. So did St. Serena, who's very, very fast. Cupid's Crush also near the lead with She's My Warrior, and it's her time is keeping those runners in her sight, just about 5 lengths from the lead. We have 3 astern into the turn. Inside, St. Serena, Cupid's Crush between them, and outside of that, She's My Warrior. Charlie's Penny is the gray, tracking and closing in. Charlie's Penny Penny may very much be on her game tonight, and Cupid's Crush is kicked away by 3. Charlie's Penny senses the warning call and heads into second. After that, it's her time. Harry's looking for his 6th victory tonight, and it's her time is charging in, and they head for home in the 29th running of the Bella Notte. Cupid's Crush is attacked by Charlie's Penny, and Charlie's Penny looks like $1,000,000. It's Charlie's Penny running away from a demoralized Cupid's Crush, and Charlie's Penny and Lindy Wade have won the Bella Notte. Number 6, Charlie's Penny, back on the block first. 6-5, and photography for the rest. Ninth race, official, 6-5-3-4. The 10th race is the lucky last. Number 3, Ben's Lake Thunder, picked up by Lindy Wade. Scratch number 10, Momo Town. Post time in 20 minutes. Here come the Bella Notte champions, Charlie's Penny and Canterbury Park's Salt of the Earth. He's a Lindy Wade. Charlie's Penny is owned by Bob Lothenbach. The winning trainer is Joel Burnt. And this mare is a 5-year-old gray daughter of Race Day from the Warriors Reward mare, Sweet Lorraine. The victorious Charlie's Penny was bred in Minnesota by Bob Lothenbach and Lothenbach Stables. We welcome to the winner's enclosure, Miss Gretchen Eaton, Canterbury Park Immortality. This race is named in honor of the mare Bella Notte, who won the Distaff Sprint 3 consecutive years, 09 to 2011. Bella Notte was bred and owned by Hall of Fame members Art and Gretchen Eaton. Gretchen, welcome back to Canterbury Park. KG is in the winner's enclosure with Lindy Wade.
Well, Lindy, this is a special horse, and you gave her a great ride, a perfect trip tonight. You also rode her the last 2 times when she wasn't herself, down in Chicago, and then last time here at Canterbury. What was different tonight about Charlie's Penny?
You know, I wish I could put a finger on it, but I mean, this filly, I could tell in the warm-up, it was a completely different vibe that she gave me than the last 2 times, you know, so I knew today she was on her game and they were going to have to run to beat her.
And you knew you were going to see pace in this race. You broke sharp. Take us through the mind of a jockey. As the gate opens, you're in a good position, and how you see the race unfold.
Well, to be honest, I placed this in the fillies, you know, kind of let her do it because she's so smart, so talented. Just putting my trust in her and knowing that she's going to take me, you know. So I knew that I'm going to sit until it's time to move, you know, because I know that I have the confidence in this filly to put me exactly where I need to be at that time.
What do nights like this mean to you guys here that ride all summer long at Canterbury, knowing what these races mean to our Minnesota trainers and owners?
I mean, in Minnesota, with the crowds and the owners and the way that people do it around here, this is what it's all about. It boils down to nights like tonight, you know, and the opportunities we get with these Minnesota breds, especially for me, this filly, she means so much to me. So this was very special.
Congratulations. You gave her one heck of a ride.
Thank you so much.
That's Lindy Wade. He shines on Charlie's Penny tonight in the Distaff Sprint. Way too good. The big gray sails away.
And they're racing in the Bella Notte, and they've broken a line. Charlie's Penny is the gray on the wide side, popped very nicely. So did Saint Serena, who's very, very fast. Cupid's Crush also near the lead with She's My Warrior, and it's her time is keeping those runners in her sight, just about 5 lengths from the lead. We have 3 astern into the turn. Inside, Saint Serena, Cupid's Crush between them, and outside of that, She's My Warrior. Charlie's Penny is the gray, tracking and closing in. Charlie's Penny Penny may very much be on her game tonight, and Cupid's Crush is kicked away by 3. Charlie's Penny senses the warning call and heads into second. After that, it's her time. Harry's looking for his 6th victory tonight, and it's her time is charging in, and they head for home in the 29th running of the Bella Notte. Cupid's Crush is attacked by Charlie's Penny, and Charlie's Penny looks like $1,000,000. It's Charlie's Penny running away from a demoralized Cupid's Crush, and Charlie's Penny and Lindy Wade have won the Bella Notte.
Angela Herman and Kevin Gorg with you from the prestigious Canterbury Park press box. We close out the pick 5 with a very, very good betting race here, Angela. And it's been an awesome night. It's been Harry Hernandez. It's been Joel Burnt.
Yeah.
There's been some great stories. I will go away from this night remembering a conversation with Gretchen Eaton, who I just adore. Takes me back to my first year in the job. She broke down crying in the winner's circle for one of our interviews, and it finally hit me just how important this night is to everybody in Minnesota. And so, yeah, it takes your breath away sometimes, and I hope people are out there having a good time. And if you're alive in the pick 5, this is going to be maybe the most difficult hurdle to overcome. I love this betting race. I think it's a phenomenal opportunity. What do you think?
I agree with that wholeheartedly, because when Paul and I looked at this race initially, we're like, who's going to be the favorite in this? I mean, I liked Momo Town, who scratched, but he's like, come on, it's Festival. They're going to bet Kirill the Thrill, and especially if his rider is having a heck of a night, which he is.
Yes.
And even though the board would indicate such, I'm not sure that Kirill is that far ahead of anybody, even if they don't have experience like straight from the deuce. I scratched into the 5, got ghosted, but you also had this horse on top, and did you originally, I believe?
I did.
Yeah.
I'm on Got Ghosted. I went back and watched both his races, and I love Kirill the Thrill, but this horse beat him fair and square after a slow break in his debut. And then I thought last time he was doing all the dirty work. He was chasing Frosty View and Johnny Begani on the front end, who went very fast. He was wide. Certainly flattered by the way both those horses ran tonight. What Frosty View coming back to win, I love the 5 here. I love Got Ghosted. I'm surprised this horse isn't favored right now. I believe come post time he will be, but the Harry Hernandez factor cannot be overlooked, and I understand why the money's going there. And if Kirill the Thrill wins, I'll be thrilled for those owners, and I'll be thrilled for my number 97 because it's almost hockey season, and I adore Kirill.
Yeah, if there's a hunch play for you. I mean,
yes.
Right, yeah. All right, we'll move along, though. I do have Got Ghosted on top. We should talk about first-timer Straight from the Deuce, because Straight from the Deuce probably, you would guess, would bring some speed to the equation, because he did show some right off the bat. I believe in a couple of those first works he was with I Wish I Could, one of the horses that was in the Futurity, but had to take a break since that time. There have been quick works, but there haven't been very long works. I was going to maybe give him this one, but 5 furlongs is best case scenario for a horse that's done that in the morning.
Yeah, that 35-4 breezing in late July caught my eye. It's not just the fact that he went 35, but he did it breezing from the gate. This horse has speed.
Right.
There's no doubt. Mike Wheeler is such a good trainer. We celebrated him getting 1,000 this summer. And, I will not be surprised if Butso has a nice one with the 4. And I don't overlook the 1. I think the 1's a sneaky long shot as well.
There we go.
I'm going to try to key the 1, 4, 5, and 6 in a trifecta box and hopefully get the biggest price into the mix on top. And I know at 5 furlongs it's probably going to be the speed of the speed, but I think the 1 might be rolling late.
It's a big enough field, and Latin Force is a real good contest sort of horse, because Latin Force doesn't do himself any favors out of the gate. He's not a small horse, but Latin Force can save some ground on the inside, and maybe he, in that experience, can overcome what is a bad post draw. You have 9 minutes until race number 10. It's a loaded group, as Kevin said, 10 to be exact, seeking to break their maiden going 5. We're down to win, play, show, exacta, trifecta, and superfecta wagering, but plenty to pick from if that's the way you want to go in the last. On behalf of everybody upstairs, Kevin Gorg, Paul Allen, Jeff Madej, and everybody in TV, thank you for being here at Festival of Champions. Good luck in the last, and we'll see you again on Wednesday. The final winner of the Fasig-Tipton Best Turned Out Award in this 10th race is number 4, Straight from the Deuce. Straight from the Deuce is stabled with Mike Beeler. Congratulations on being the best turned out in race number 10.
1 minute. Ladies and gentlemen, racing resumes Wednesday. Then Saturday is closing day. Skull Canterbury. Ladies and gentlemen, after the 10th, be sure to head to the casino, play some blackjack. The horses are approaching the gate. Skull horses. It's race time.
Into the gate they go for the 10th race. Thank you, Alan Roach, voice of U.S. Bank Stadium and the Super Bowl. Best of luck to you pick 5 players trying to close on that pick 5. Kirill the Thrill, even money. Got ghosted. Harry in search of 6 into the gate. .220 Swift. And they're racing in the lucky last. And the 4 straight from the deuce was off slowly. Not the case for Ben's Lake Thunder along with Got Ghosted. They flash a lead early speed. And the leader is Got Ghosted by a neck. Kirill the Thrill takes up the running into 3rd. Then we come to Latin Force. That's the 1 being overtaken by Josh's Drama with those blinkers on. Josh's Drama circumnavigating 3 lengths out of it. Then we come back to Incredible Victor, who is a good 10 lengths from the lead and clear from Make It Burn. They approach the top of the stretch, and they're chasing Got Ghosted and Harry. Got Ghosted far outside is Josh's Drama trying to make it interesting. Kirill the Thrill is between them, and then it's Latin Force. They're into the final furlong, and Got Ghosted is being ridden for everything he has by Hernandez. Got Ghosted from Josh's Drama, but Harry hit the pick 6. 6 victories for Harry Hernandez. Got Ghosted, the unofficial winner. And that's one victory for Israel Hernandez. And the 10th race is official. $5,916. In the winner's enclosure, Wayne Scanlon's Got Ghosted, the winning trainer, Burnell Roan, and the winning rider, Izzy Israel Hernandez. $8 for a $2 win wager on Got Ghosted. Final pick 4 paid $204.40. Final pick 3 paid $50. And the pick 5 paid $415.45. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of Canterbury Park, thank you very much for joining us for Festival of Champions Day. Racing resumes on Wednesday, and our closing day a week from today, September 16th. On behalf of Canterbury's management, our TV department, and those of us in the Dark Star press box, thank you for joining us, whether it's via abroad or here in Shakopee. And if you're leaving Canterbury, please do so safely. And they're racing in the lucky last, and the 4 straight from the deuce was off slowly. Not the case for Ben's Lake Thunder along with Got Ghosted. They flash a lead early speed, and the leader is Got Ghosted by a neck. Kirill the Thrill takes up the running into third. Then we come to Latin Force. That's the 1 being overtaken by Josh's Drama with those blinkers on. Josh's Drama circumnavigating 3 lengths out of it. Then we come back to Incredible Victor, who is a good 10 lengths from the lead and clear from Make It Burn. They approach the top of the stretch, and they're chasing Got Ghosted and Harry. Got ghosted. Far outside is Josh's Drama trying to make it interesting. Kirill the Thrill is between them, and then it's Latin Force. They're into the final furlong, and Got Ghosted is being ridden for everything he has by Hernandez. Got Ghosted from Josh's Drama, but Harry hit the pick six. 6 victories for Harry Hernandez.